Cody, so moderator seat is here, just so you know.
We're going to reverse that. I'm blind in my right eye, so I have to, if I'm here, it doesn't matter from there.
Up to you, or do you want us to push the chair this way?
If you do it, then sit here is good. You can actually do it really unorthodox. What you want to do though is look left once in a while.
Yep.
They'll typically be over here and give you some time. Otherwise, you can generally, use the mental block.
Yeah.
And then
So you're going to be over here
Yep.
and tell us the times? Okay, yeah, I can do that.
You'll be in good shape.
Okay.
So I'll invite you up though, like European style. I'll invite you up as moderator, and then you'll invite up your crew. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Wow. Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to Grit Daily House for the uninitiated and for those of you who are just joining us. My name is Jordan French. I'm the executive editor at Grit Daily News, New York-based news outlet. We've covered almost 9,000 startups at this point, won some awards for it. We're equally known for our events. Park City Summit's ours, out during Sundance. Check that out. Awesomely active in Miami. We'll be there in 2 weeks to host one of the speakers dinners during BTC Miami. Paris Blockchain Weeks after that. And we're the ones who put together the seed for NFT Basel, selling Miami Blockchain and NFT Summit to Mana to form NFT Basel a few months ago. But I'll be remiss to not point out a few big thank yous. Ken, Lachelle, and the team, hard at work. They'll never get enough praise for what they do behind the camera. So big round of applause for them, for Ken and Lachelle on the AV. Awesome. New today, first time, I'm so happy to see them back. Ted Moskovitz, Matt McKibben, and his younger brother with Amma Healing. Congrats to them on their acquisition of what Amma has, his infusions and elixirs. Go check that out. It's on the left. Big round of applause for Amma Healing for joining us today. In the back, Davila's Barbecue's whipping up some awesome breakfast tacos. They'll convert to what were just absolutely delectable brisket tacos a little later today. So big round of applause for Adrian Davila and his team out of Seguin, Texas. And then last but not least, Ozzy the People's bartender, slinging drinks in the back. And today, Robert Mondavi's featured. We will be doing some awesome and great wine pours courtesy of Mondavi. Big round of applause for Ozzy the bartender. Yes, and so for the uninitiated also on Grit Daily House, we're one of the 8 or 9 media houses that runs during South by Southwest every year. What's unique about it is we invite other media up on our stage, not just Grit Daily moderates. So that's a great segue to turn it over to Cody Sanchez, native Austinite, a media powerhouse in of herself. With a huge following on TikTok and other social media. She'll be joining the panel. Let me invite you right up. Big round of applause for Cody Sanchez. Fantastic. And Cody, I'm going to hand you this mic. It is hot, and I'll let you invite up your panelists and take it away.
Good. I'll try to not say anything embarrassing right away then. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me. Cody Sanchez with Contrarian Thinking. We only got 20 minutes for this, so we're going to get right into it. I'm going to skip the long intros, and you can click below to see more about them because, spoiler, they've done about 472 things. We're never going to get through it. All right, let's start with Charlotte Sellis. Come on up. She's going to show you, first of all, this ridiculous NFT that probably everybody's going to go buy. She's going to tell you all about wine, and she's going to break down for us this world of community and wine together. Take a seat, grab your mic. Then we've got Swan Sit. You might know her from her 3.5 million followers, no big deal, on Clubhouse. Could also be from her time at Nike and Revlon, I'm not sure. Take a seat. We're going to hear from Swan. Then we've got Bill Gamelli, who's supplying us with lots of cocktails, although not going to get us drunk because they're mocktail version, which is going to be fantastic. He's the founder, and we're going to break down community without the hangover, which sounds good to me too. Okay, let's get right into it. And feel free to throw in a few snippets because you guys are wildly impressive. But I want to talk first about, let's actually go to you, Charlotte. Let's talk about this Mondavi meets ceramic meets $3,500. You break it down for everybody what exactly that means.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me. Yes? Yes. Here you go. All right. Thank you. No, thank you for having me, Cody. Amazing NFT project. Disclaimer, we had no idea what we were doing, and literally this was all new to us. So it all started with a conversation with Michel Bernardo from the porcelain luxury house Bernardo. And what we were interested in was to see what the aging would look like for 30 years porcelain versus glass for 30 years. Then it came an NFT on the table, and that was an interesting concept for us. What was really interesting was the potential of blockchain and authentication. When we're looking at luxury wines, we estimate about 30% are fake or counterfeited, so about 30%. It's huge. So as we're going towards authenticating our products, we felt blockchain was an area we all wanted to learn from. So Top Wine, the Tocolon Vineyard, is one of the premier vineyards in the Napa Valley. You're very close to it and very familiar with it. And really, this absolutely amazing wine induces porcelain collector items. I can't wait to tell you more, but that's probably too much.
No, it's
but,
perfect. And
exciting.
Maybe somebody could bring one up at some point. They could surprise us. We could show everybody. I don't know. If you guys comment enough or say how great it is, maybe she could give you a viewing. I don't know if somebody's back there and feels like wrangling an NFT that's a rather large vintage of wine, but could grab it. And then, oh, look at this.
Ooh.
Just you wait. Check out this bad. Oh, God.
Hello.
I'm nervous. I don't need, should I hold this thing? What do we do here?
Yes, you
Okay.
cannot break it.
No, I'm gonna
That's
try.
for sure.
Oh, my gosh. Okay.
But this is it. This is the Magnum. Very unique techniques. Michel Bernardo and Jeff Koons took about 9 years to develop this red, shiny, but massive collector's art. So whether you drink it or not, I'm personally going to hold on to mine for a while. This is absolutely something that should be in your
Yeah,
collection.
I'm going to give you that, too. Okay. Yeah, the other thing I think is cool is, to your point, I mean, we at Contrarian Thinking are always investing in wine, and the idea that 30% of the things we invest in could be bogus is not ideal. So I love the idea of blockchain continuity. So when it comes to you, Swan, I mean, you guys have probably heard of Farniente if you're fancy, but Farniente is one of my favorite wines here in the US, and basically luxury, you know, kind of old world, but in the new world wine brand. And, you know, how are you guys thinking about not just community, but blockchain? Because you bring that idea of, what did you call it, like 21st century Web 3.0 to sort of 20th century wine?
Absolutely. I mean, first, I'm really impressed with what Charlotte and her team have done, because I've been doing digital transformation for Web 2 for a decade. We're not even done with that, and we're jumping into Web 3. And the culture of Web 3 is inherently a little different, which does then affect the tech and the community. People are jumping in faster and being less precious. Even the fact that we're both up here on stage, in Web 2, we might have been competitors. In Web 3, we're collaborators, because you can love many brands, and the open mentality and collaboration is really exciting. But NFTs are starting out as this art and collectible, very fine point of entry, but it is so much more. It's authentication, like what you guys were saying, but also think about loyalty, consumer data, CRM, full life stages. I mean, Uber knows where we go, Amazon knows what we buy, Netflix knows what we watch. But if in the future your wallet is everything you do, a fullest representation of who you are, think about what that not only does for better targeting for brands, but consumers to own their data and for them to monetize it. Because if I look in somebody's wallet and I see all these incredible fine wines, we know they're a great customer, but you wouldn't know that if you were, because you don't have the data from on-premise restaurant sales or, you know, stores that they're buying into. But if I see that there's a person who loves fine wine, think about what brands now have to do to earn the relationship. And I think that whole thing's about to be flipped, and early adopters are going to win.
I love that. What do you think's the wildest thing that you know, maybe the old school winemakers or traditionalists in the industry don't get about NFTs? Because, I mean, we've invested in a few wine ancillary products, and I mean, it's hard to get them to try new technology, more or less to sell, you know, bites on the internet.
The biggest misconception is that it's a technology that will disrupt what we do. It'll disrupt the future, but it doesn't change your drinking and sharing experience over that glass of wine. It's meant to be augmenting and up-leveling the experience, not disrupting it. And the biggest pushback I get is like, well, an NFT, I can't touch it. The great thing about attaching it to physical wine, it's already one use case, but just because we can't touch it doesn't mean it's not real. And my biggest example is when I tell people to take out their phone and show me their favorite photo. It's usually pets or kids or a vacation. Well, I say, what if I deleted all your photos on that phone in that moment? And of course, they gasp, grab their phone back, and call me, an evil person. But you can't touch those photos either. So the misconception of that it's going to disrupt the beautiful products we have, or that because we can't touch it, it's not real. We have to let those go, and it's going to take a bit of retraining.
Yeah, I think you're right. But also, I mean, think about it from, from a winemaker's perspective. I think it's really cool you guys get it, because we're talking about hundreds of millions and soon to be billions of dollars being thrown around in the crypto, blockchain, and NFT world. And so, if the old school traditionalists want to get a foothold in with 21st century capital, you're going to have to figure it out. Because, perfect segue to Bill, also if you look at the numbers, and I used to run a cannabis fund, we played on alcohol all the time, because decreasing usage of alcohol across states where legalization happens means that more people are using cannabis and mocktails instead of cocktails. So maybe there's a way to re-engage with a community that's not just alcohol based. Bill, I guess my question from you here is, when you see community from a cocktail perspective or a drinking perspective, I think you had some interesting takes on what it means for women, what it means for us humans when we're not all just pounding, I don't know, Smirnoff Ice or something.
Exactly. The allegory to Web 3.0 really is inclusivity. And so we're all about bringing people together. That's the whole idea behind mocktails, or the whole revolution around no and low drinks. So wine is a great connector, but historically it's really been food, wine, drinks. And what we're trying to basically do here today is to express that, technology takes many forms, and we're a bev tech company. So we bring new technologies and new approaches to bringing people together, so that now the folks that are drinking and not drinking, they can share the same space, they can enjoy this social occasion, the same drink in the same glass at the same time. And now we're not talking about who's drinking and who's not drinking. We're talking about NFTs. We're talking about your vacation. We're talking about your career, et cetera, et cetera.
What does that mean, bev tech? Can I just double tech on that really quick? What's that?
Yeah, so there's a whole industry called ag tech, food tech, bev tech. Basically what it means is the next generation of food and beverage products. So the entire food business has been underinvested. So there's been so much venture, and I came from a private equity and venture capital background in Wall Street for 15 years, where my clients were the private equity and venture funds. And so much money goes into technology, but the food and beverage space has been dramatically underinvested for decades and decades. And people are just now waking up to the fact that, wait a second, there's revolution going on across the world, and most people here in the States don't realize, but actually we're behind in the US in terms of the revolution in food and beverage. So bev tech may be a new idea here, but we talk about it a lot in Europe, which is essentially bringing new ideas and new products and new approaches. And it does in fact take technology. Wine, beer, and spirits essentially can be preserved just by the mere fact that there's alcohol in it. But how the heck do you present a product on that level with no alcohol and no preservatives? So it takes technology to get there. So we're a bev tech company.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the numbers. We invest in a company called Can, which is like microdose social tonics with cannabis. And when I was looking at the numbers, it was like $20 billion in 2018. And then with a 7% to 10% increase year over year, which means we'd be right around 22 billion, 23, 24 billion. And I imagine there was an acceleration in COVID when everybody's not out partying and they're instead home in their parents' basement or whatever the case is. So with that, we've talked about tech to remove alcohol. Maybe talk to me a little bit about tech in alcohol beyond just the NFTs. The part that I'm trying to wrap my brain around is I love the idea of the art that Clay showed us. How else do you envision at Mondavi, as one of sort of like the leaders in the industry, to create more experiences with tech and wine and crypto?
Yeah, so tech is part of our daily life, right at the center of the vineyard, right? So Tokalon Vineyard in Oakville, one of the most prominent vineyards. We use tons of tech to monitor drip irrigation when we're using it, or the different soil levels. So there's massive potential in the NFT world, set aside the glamorous part, but from a very technical point to help us not so much manage our vineyards better, but getting closer to nature. From a marketing standpoint, you really hit the nail on the head when you talked about the opportunity to have experiences. One thing that we can't do when you go buy a bottle of wine in a store is offering you experiences. You're working with us with the NFT. We're going to have special invitations, special events at the winery. So we're able to offer you a much richer experience than we wouldn't without it, for sure.
I love that. I've read about 3 blog posts on this, so I think I'm an expert. And basically, some of the stuff that I thought was coolest is like, like a wall in a grocery store, and where you have the QR codes now, you could have like interactive nature with the NFT community, things I could only see if I had the NFT versus not. An ability to basically right now, if I'm on a few wine lists, they send me some emails, they send me some elaborate calligraphy in the mail, but this might be that on steroids. Maybe there's something at South by just for Mondavi or Farniente. What do you see, Swan? Because you have done communities with Nike, Revlon, Estee Lauder, sort of crypto companies across the board. What do you think is going to be in the future that's even more exciting with communities, blockchain, and alcohol?
It's giving a chance for consumers to raise their hands and say, I'm a fan of this brand. Because even though we know omnichannel is valuable, people spend 30% more if they use you in omnichannel, we don't have the data to collect that. And understandably, when I was at Nike, yes, we were great partners with Foot Locker. They're not giving us that customer data because they don't want us to take that customer. That brands can now connect not only directly with their fans, but fans can connect with each other. How would you find, if you go to Instagram and you go to a brand's followers, you're not scrolling hundreds of thousands of people to see if there's someone you'd hang out with. But imagine if there's a token gated, e.g. you have to own an NFT from this brand to get into this experience. Immediately you've opted in and said, wow, these are like-minded people, these are my tribes. Imagine then if you could also say, well, which one of these overlap with 50% of what's in my wallet? The places I've gone, the places I like to eat, my interest of shows, and on and on. How much more quickly can you find community? Because community is 2 things. It's the intersection of commonality of purpose and frequency of touch. You have to believe in the same things, and you have to interact often enough to actually feel included. Women's March, you'd argue, really passionate singularity of purpose, but we did a few marches and that was it. Instagram, we're on every day, high frequency, but I would argue as a platform, it's not a community. There's sub-communities in it, but I don't go to Instagram's Instagram account to see what's going on. So if we can figure out using NFTs how to intersect people who believe in the same things and give them opportunity to find each other often enough and for them to participate with us instead of broadcasting, that's the future of community.
I love it. Okay, Bill, I'm going to go to you. Then I want to do like a rapid fire for the last couple of things, and I'll ask you all the hard questions before I get out of here, and you can't yell at me. Bill, for you, I like this idea of, oftentimes I'm not drinking at parties like these. Like we go to too many of them. I can't handle it the next day. So I think it'd be cool to meet other people who weren't, also drinking. But how else do you envision? You're the founder. You're in charge of the company. How are you going to make community, crypto, and blockchain a part of what you guys do? Do you see that becoming something important to your company at Mocktails?
Well, it is all about inclusivity, and we are, pushing forward with lots of different types of technology. And what I would say is, what Swan just mentioned earlier, you can be a fan of many different types of products, and what we see is moderation really is the key. So you could be a fan of Mondavi wine and mocktails at the same time. So I'll coin a phrase and say that it's not necessarily like-minded, but we're like-mindful people, and we're looking at moderation. So Cody on one day may be having a drink, but on another day she might not want to have a drink. So you're both a drinker and a non-drinker, and so we want to basically become inclusive. Everyone enjoys the party at the same time, and by doing so, we can team with companies like Mondavi Wine and say, look, if you're drinking, here's a great alternative. If you're not drinking, here's a different alternative. There's lots of ways that we're wrapping in those experiences. And you mentioned earlier the QR code. In the grocery store, for instance, we have QR codes that are going up on what are called shelf talkers. You enter the QR code, you now, instead of having or staring at a product on the shelf, now you have an experience. There's a video, and that can connect to NFTs and other things, as you mentioned before. So this is all new territory for us, but we're thrilled to be here for Grit House Daily. And I just like to say one thing: the vibe on stage is absolutely incredible. We just had International Women's Day, and look at the dynamic leaders we have on stage here today. I mean, I just want to shout out to the 3 incredible ladies that were sharing the stage with me here today, and congratulations on all your successes.
Keep it going, Bill. I like it. Okay, so rapid fire. Here's what I'd love for you guys. Let's give all of these people at the end something really actionable they could take away with. For instance, the coolest NFT project that you think's happening in food and beverage or alcohol right now. What's in your wallet, if you want to share it? A project that you're working on that you think people should know about. The more tactical, specific, the better, so that people could literally go out and take this action with them today. Okay? Who wants to start? I want to give you, okay. Oh, I like it, all of you. All right. Charlotte, here we go.
I'll start. What's in my wallet? A full set of the Mondavi project. And I'm biased and I'm totally owning it because I'm very aware of all the benefits, exclusive experiences that are coming your way, my way. So that's
give me another one. What else? One other thing that's cool besides, I like the pump. I get it. I mean, I'm an investor.
All right, I'm busted. I am a huge fan of what Adidas is doing. Adidas and so many projects help us really learn, see what's coming for us, and I really look forward to have you at the winery and do a project together, Swan.
I like it. It's happening here. Making deals on stage. I'm into it. Okay, Swan, give it to us.
It's funny you mentioned Adidas because I had the honor of hosting the Twitter Spaces that announced the Bored Apes, Punks Comic, Adidas, and G-Money collaboration. So it's amazing to see things weaving through industries, Mondavi and Adidas in the same sentence. My encouragement is we're on the precipice of a fundamental change in how we live, work, and play. So don't be afraid. I'm not saying go buy an NFT or buy crypto tomorrow, but let go of the resistance that this is something scary or weird and be open to learning. 81% of crypto is men. Less than 5% of NFTs is women. That is not reflective of society. So whether you go to mybff.xyz, and it's an organization that was founded by Britt Moore and Jamie Schmidt with Mila Kunis, Gwyneth Paltrow, Tyra Banks, I'm one of the founding members, all geared towards education and opportunity for women and non-binary. And if you learn something cool, go tell it to 5 people who don't act, look, or sound like you, because that's the only way this works, is we democratize it.
Love it. All right, Bill.
Well, we're all about partnerships. So we're in a partnership with the hospitality industry, with the retail industry, with the winemakers, with the importers, distributors, and folks around the world to really bring something completely new to the conversation. So in terms of what's in my wallet, believe me, I've got 3 kids. Youth sports is in my wallet. And we're finding revolutionary ways of actually connecting youth athletics in such a way that we now put things like sorry for the digression, but things like head injuries and arm injuries and things like that, and sharing data, sharing platforms so that we can actually reduce injury to young kids while they pursue their athletic and academic careers. So that's what's in my wallet.
I love it. Yeah. So to wrap it up, at Contrarian Thinking, we always talk about learn, earn, invest. So I hope you guys are taking a chance to learn. Oh, I have multiple mics now. I hope you guys are taking a chance to learn from this today. Maybe you think about ways to apply it to your business, aka earn, and then invest, get in the space. I always think skin in the game, money in the game is how you learn more. So thank you all for being in here. I'm excited to see your products. Feel free to send them to my wallet or anyone here, and have a great rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Wow. One more big round of applause. Bill Gamelli, Swan Sit, Charlotte Selles, and the one-of-kind Cody Sanchez. Thanks for being here with us today. We'll be right back with some more content. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
You guys are so smart.
All right.
That was amazing.
Actually, stage right. Killed it.
I think Lee's on mine.
Yep.
Thank you so much. Oh, totally. Thank you. You made that super easy.
I didn't know what to do. Yeah.
Practical and comfort every day
Well,
running around.
I need to do that to these because these are like ugly as sin, and now at the end.
No, they look actually really
They're
comfortable
super
too.
comfy.
It's not nice about comfort.
Cody, I'm just going to put this
All right, how y'all doing out there? Okay, someone showed up today. How y'all doing out there? Okay, it's still pretty weak. Y'all need some AMA healing inside of you. There's a reason why the company got acquired. It's for this very reason right here. The specific use case is that outdoor events, when everybody's not amped enough, that's what AMA is for. That was literally why. It was one of the reasons articulated why, at least in my head, in the dream I had about when AMA got acquired. So let me hear you one more time. How y'all doing? Okay. How y'all doing? Great. Good afternoon. It is the afternoon. In other time zones, it's not. So for the uninitiated and for those of you just joining us, you're at Grit Daily House here during South by Southwest. We're running March 10 through 16. We're almost through the circuit, through the gauntlet. And then also for the uninitiated, my name is Jordan French, the executive editor at Grit Daily News, New York-based news outlet. Won a couple of awards for our coverage, not covering 9,000 startups at this point. Block Telegraph is our other sister publication. Covers a blockchain industry trade publication, as you can imagine. Big thanks to Polygon for supporting that financially. So big round of applause for Polygon Studios. They're right here. They're always sort of omnipresent with us. And then a couple quick thanks. Oh, you want me to repeat that? Okay, we're going to redo this again just for the cameras. Okay, here we go. Block Telegraph, blockchain industry trade publication that Polygon supported financially to get that off the ground. So big round of applause for Polygon and Polygon Studios. They're always omnipresent, including at our events. You can see them here. I'd be remiss. One of the men behind the cameras is none other than top 3 Mexican NFT artist Alejandro Glot, and he's here today. Big round of applause for Alejandro. We get a lot of good feedback about Grit Daily House, especially this year. Some of the top content during South by Southwest. We even get like little comments during the live stream, which is what we're doing here from Grit Daily's YouTube channel, about how awesome the content is here. And that wouldn't be possible without the amazing speakers. There are 101 speakers at Grit Daily House this year. 76 of them are women. So big round of applause for all the speakers that have been by at Grit Daily House. A lot of them stick around. They watch the content. It's that good. It's a great place to mingle and meet. People say this harkens back to the old South by of yesteryear, like if you came in 04, 05, 06, and so on, when it was effectively house party. So if you're just joining us, just come right in, pop right in. There's an empty seat here. Take every seat you can. I know it's a packed space, packed room. That's a byproduct of the success of Grit Daily House, owed to the speakers and the people who support it. One other name I want to point out, but it didn't last time because he just joined us. Karim Noorani is in the house. He is the CSO at Link2, the popular pre-IPO investment app. He's here. Big round of applause for Karim Noorani and Link2 supporting us. They're on the step and repeat out front. Do take a lot of pictures and share it out. If you tag Polygon and Polygon Studios, by the way, you'll get some mega reshares. If you see some of our tweets that hit like the thousands in count of reshares, they're responsible for that madness. But Safe Moon's been here, Celsius Network, and the infamous Alex Mashinsky have been here. Jim Quick we got on stage, along with Lori Siegel, ex-CNN, now 60 Minutes, and who wrote Special Characters, the book that came out by her book. Big round of applause for Ozzy, the bartender, in back. Ozzy's been pouring away today, and then today especially, I'm told that we have glasses. They're stemless glasses, but nonetheless glasses, for some wonderful, delicious, delectable Robert Mondavi wine pours we'll do a little bit later. So speaking of what happened to the Grit Daily House banner, Chris, where are you? Literally, Chris, where are you? We need help. So Chris is a house manager. Big round of applause for Chris French. He's my brother. For those inquiring minds out there, he's our house manager. He's been working really hard behind the scenes, getting glasses for us, sort of doing like logistics, quartermastering, almost everything. So big round of applause for Chris, who's in back. I'm pointing at him. He's in maroon. Yes, awesome. And then real quick, Adrian Davila of Davila's Barbecue. His team is here. Dolores and Javi are usually grilling away. And Vanessa's here today. She's new with the team. The big round of applause for them with their breakfast tacos. Aren't they delicious? Isn't that sauce delicious? So without further delay, I'm going to invite up a friend of mine of many years. She sold absolute underachiever. She sold She Works to Republic. She's a 4-time gold medal gymnast, the president, CEO, founder of Bad Bitch Empire. So much to unpack. The one-of-a-kind Lisa Wang. Lisa coming up here. Big round of applause for Lisa Wang and all that she's done. Changed a lot of lives. So good to see you again. I'm going to let you take it away, introduce your panelists, and let you, Lisa, take it away. I'm going to hand you this mic. It's hot. That way your panelists can grab those. And thank you, Lisa.
Thank you so much, Jordan. And I'd like to bring up the 2 lovely panelists up here to talk today about NFTs, the power of Web3, and how that is driving the future of community. So I'd like to welcome Sydney and Charlotte to the stage. So as we know, NFTs have been getting a lot of hype. Just last month, monthly trading volume of NFTs reached an all-time high of 6 billion. But what is the real utility behind it? What does the future of community and connection look like? And so today we have these 2 lovely ladies here to talk about it. So I'd love to just start and have you introduce yourself and talk about how you're utilizing NFTs and what you're seeing.
Thank you, Lisa. Charlotte, I'm originally from France. I grew up in a wine family and pretty much did everything I could to get away from the wine industry, but it always called me back. So I'm here. And we really, with great pleasure, launched an NFT in December for the Robert Mondavi Winery. As you can imagine, the wine industry is fairly conservative, so wine and NFT wasn't an obvious fit. But it was for us at many levels. It was because we worked with Bernardo to explore wine aging in porcelain and obviously provide absolutely phenomenal vessels. And Jordan, when you have a chance, just bring one to me and we'll show them. And the NFT part was less than obvious. Obviously, a lot of great buzz. But why would we do an NFT as wine? And what really caught our attention was blockchain. You may or may not know that one of the biggest problems for the luxury wine industry is counterfeiting. We estimate about 30% of wines being counterfeit. So obviously authentication is front of mind for us. So we found a partner that also wanted to learn about blockchain. So this is really why we jumped in. And we're super glad we did. We did in a way that was unusual, working with Clay Heaton and providing generative art, which was very challenging for a brand. We like control. We had no control. So that was fun. What really is exciting us today is the power of community and the power of learning from those brand new people that may or not have been attracted to regular wine. So we're working through utilities. Lisa, you talked about utilities, which was a new word for us. Bear with us. And how can we build spectacular consumer journeys with you when you become a token holder, right? What interests you? Is it being at the winery with us, making a special blend with one of the winemakers? Is it attending AMAs about wine investing? It's a real thing. And what does it look today and what it will look tomorrow? So utilities and community are definitely what interests us the most at this time.
Great, thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Sydney Lai, and I am a part of Griffin Gaming Partners. There, what we focus on specifically is NFT in the gaming and metaverse space. In terms of background, I've spent the last 7 years in the industry. Previously, I was at Consensus, where I did 7 of the token sales to the tune of $41 million. And why I'm here today is really just to help those who are attending, to help educate and inspire, understanding how to utilize NFTs, not within just gamings or in a JPEG, but how to help understand what NFTs can relate back to you. Why would you be interested in NFTs? And maybe, again, it's not just a JPEG, maybe it's not just in games. So glad to be here. Thank you so much.
Awesome. So I think one thing that we want to touch upon is just this idea of ownership and how NFTs are really transforming the ability for customers, for consumers, for people to have ownership in the brands that they support and to evolve and grow with them. So I'd love to just hear from both of you about how you're thinking about this transformation of value.
Yeah, ownership, big time, right? You own an NFT, there's a trace of it, it's yours. It really helps us really having that grasp that we wouldn't have in a regular environment. So ownership is a very big deal. The part of ownership that gets me excited is ownership of the conversation from you when you become a token holder, right? It's no longer we push out messages to you, but we collaborate as to what you're interested in, and we sort of build that future forward. So that's really on our end. Sydney?
When it comes to ownership, I like to give a really clear case study. So of those in the audience, who comes from a large city that has a lot of taxis? Taxis? New Yorkers? Anybody? Right? So a really great illustration of ownership is actually the taxi medallion. So the taxi medallion is actually a very appropriately designed NFT or non-fungible token, because the taxi medallion has value, but you can't go to Whole Foods and like pay for your groceries with it. You still have to sell your NFT or the taxi medallion on a market so that another taxi driver can actually buy that NFT and then operate it, right? So they have to own that NFT. And the NFT, or the taxi medallion in this case, gives you the right to operate your car to drive from point A to point B. It gives the regulators or the government a right to have a revenue share from that. So when you think of ownership, or the way I think of ownership, a really well-designed token model is actually a taxi medallion.
So is it really about just everyone who participates, no matter where they are in the chain, gets some sort of ownership and value?
Yeah, so the idea is that if the taxi medallion owner owns it, so they have a right to own it, but actually there's three players in this economy. There's the taxi driver themselves, there is the government, and then there is also the enterprise or the institution that leases out the taxis as well. So there's different types of ownerships and then also revenue pass through, but it also, again, as an owner of this NFT or this taxi medallion, it gives you the right to have access to the taxi marketplace.
Got it. So I think what's really revolutionary is that users own things where they create value. So it's usually been, even with brands, a one-way street and, pushing messages. But I think that, even what you're doing at Robert Mondavi, you're really allowing people to participate. And so for the next thing I want to dive into is the metaverse, and how, I think even this term is really confusing for people. The user experience isn't that great yet. So how are you thinking about that for your brands or for some of the projects that you're working on?
Yeah, we're definitely thinking about it. We're not there yet, so be patient. But it's very similar in many ways as, you're purchasing NFTs of different goods, whether they're luxury bags or sneakers, right? Like at some point, you'll want to show your seller. If you're a wine collector and you've got hundreds of bottles, if not thousands of bottles, you'll want to show your kind of your badge as such. So there's huge potential. Obviously, we see the offline retail, restaurants, bars having presence in the metaverse. So definitely those back bar shelves are going to build themselves as time goes by. Very exciting opportunity.
Yeah. So when I think about the metaverse, I like to have a more expansive view of what the metaverse might look like. Do you guys remember GeoCities? GeoCities, yeah, that dude in the back, right? GeoCities. GeoCities was a way to actually originally launched to map out different internet communities within different cities. So the concept of metaverse has been around for a very, very, very long time, for multiple decades. Maybe those who are early Nintendo players, you guys remember the red and black, I'm just staring at you at this point, like the goggles, right? Like you were playing in like metaverse Mario Tennis back in the 90s. It's absolutely nuts. So the way I like to approach the metaverse is really just reminding everyone that the metaverse isn't just today. It wasn't just yesterday. It's been around for a very long time. And that definition of metaverse is always expanding. And that's really the hill that I'm going to die on.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important reminder, is that while the technology, blockchain technology is revolutionary, but a lot of these concepts, everything from DAOs, they're just co-ops on the blockchain, right? We've had different versions of the metaverse before. So I think if you're new to this space, don't get caught up in the jargon and don't let that prevent you from exploring more. And so when we think about then bridging the physical world and the digital world, what are some of the obstacles that need to be overcome?
Adoption is one. People stopping being afraid of NFTs. And I think asset-backed NFTs do a really good job at making the concept more familiar, where people are not scared. Is it cryptocurrency? I'll share with you a fun experience when we were in the middle of building this project, where some key stakeholders were very afraid of the dark web because of the name associated with crypto. Crypto is everywhere, and project like ours really help democratizing or bringing awareness. So we're really hoping to see a lot more of those asset-backed projects to really bridge from reality to digital. It's always learning, right? It's like, so 12, 15 years ago, the whole idea of social media was scary. Again, control from brands, right? Oh, those consumers are going to be talking about us in a public forum. What are we going to do? Nothing changes. It's really completely about opening the door, having transparency, and inviting collaboration.
So when I think about the Web 2 to Web 3 bridge, what I've seen worked really, really well is just frankly relatability. I think for a very long time, as we've worked in this industry, we'll talk about very, kind of what you said, like very deep jargon, and it's just not relatable, it's not palatable, and it's not contextualized. So being able to bridge that Web 2 to Web 3, you have to be able to contextualize a lot of the onboarding process. And just kind of like how I introed my perception of NFTs was actually contextualizing to the rest of you all a taxi medallion, right? And that was the same way with Web3 adoption or even NFTs. I mean, CryptoPunks has been around since 2017. At the time, it was like around $10. But the thing is, it wasn't until at this point when you're able to contextualize, like, oh, an NFT is a JPEG, and then I'm gritting my teeth. I'm like, yes, it's a JPEG. But hey, if that's what you need to be able to contextualize and then onboard, I think the bridge is to be able to have relatability, and you are able to see yourself or your product within that adoption of Web3.
Awesome. So are we going to bring up, speaking of products, shall we bring up the first asset-backed NFT that's a bottle?
Is that wine?
Yes. Yes. So this is a Magnum. For those of you who are wine connoisseurs, it's the ultimate size for aging wine. There's a reason we did it as a Magnum. It wasn't an accident. And this is a porcelain Magnum. And it's, for us wine geeks, a massive opportunity to taste over the next 30 years, porcelain versus glass. So for all of you joining us in this project, you'll get your invitations for until 2051. Is that right? I look forward to that.
Don't die.
Yes. We'll have to look at transferability here, Sydney. But no, yes, we'll be right back here at the Great Daily House for sure. But it was also for us a way to challenge ourselves and go at doing things differently. We learned a tremendous amount of things during this project. As originally a marketer, a lot of us thought this was a campaign, and then we go do other things. And I'm super delighted to really learn that actually it's about the community, it's about building things together more than anything. So thank you, Jordan, for bringing the bottle.
So together we'll be wining and dining in the metaverse.
Yes, until 2051.
So I want to open it up to the audience for any questions, anything that you want to ask about NFTs, Web3. Yep.
When we think about wine and blockchain in general, what are the other big opportunities there outside of NFTs that you think the wine industry could be leveraging blockchain?
Yeah, many, and they start at the vineyard. So the project we just presented comes from the Tocolon vineyard, which is in the heart of Napa Valley, and one of the true Grand Cru type of vineyards. You find wines that sell from $1,000 to $500, so very significant vineyard. It's got its own specificity. So we're trying to see through blockchain, how can we map the different blocks? So huge opportunities from a farming standpoint. And we're just starting to scratch the surface, right? We scratched it a little bit with marketing. We're scratching it with wine aging, wine ownership. So viticulture, I'm sure from a winemaking process, we'll also find ways to apply.
And maybe even applying DAOs, a DAO structure for those who are working either full-time contractually in the wine industry as well.
100%. I mean, we have a lot of associations, right? We're always stronger as a village. So we work very closely with our neighbors. So this whole idea of DAO is very similar to what we're doing, but yeah.
Yep.
What are some of the ideas you have about how to maintain the bond between the token and the physical object over the next 30 years?
Plenty. So first of all, you've got two options. If you're a token holder, you can drink the wine, or you can age it. And once you've drunk it, you can keep the bottle as a collector's item or probably trade it as well. In terms of building this community, we already have groups of very high-end consumers that come and spend fortunes and have special events. So we always think about special events, right? Because for any of you who come to Napa, definitely the Robert Mondavi Winery should be on your list to stop. But it's also experiences in top restaurants. How do we get you as a full set token holder to dine with a winemaker in New York, Hong Kong, or anywhere you are? So plenty of opportunities.
Any last questions? Speechless. Shocked. So any last words from... Oh, yes.
So 2051, what happens if it breaks?
Well, you're going to have to save it carefully, like you would any bottle of Latour or top wines, right? So my advice to you is handle it carefully. And if you have a large cellar, you probably have some level of insurance with this large cellar, but take it very carefully.
Yeah, unfortunately, we live in California. There's no predictability.
I know the insurance rates. Yep. Pretty steep earthquake insurance rates there.
So if there's one thing you want the audience to take away as they think about NFTs and how that could apply to their lives, what would you say?
Keep an open mind, because an NFT for someone means something else for the other person. So for us, we're thinking authentication. For some, you're thinking investing vehicle, right? So keep an open mind as to what the potential is. There's in my mind something that tells me that my next house deed or car deed is not going to be with the DMV and potentially through an NFT. So keep an open mind and collaborate and contribute to the conversation.
I guess I would say if you lose your way, just remember the taxi medallion.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, let's give a round of applause to our panel. I'll give a quick plug for the ladies getting into crypto. I host the Bad Bitch Bitcoin Bootcamp, an intensive 4 weeks to learn everything from crypto slang to how to open up your wallet securely and safely. We go NFT shopping together. We learn frameworks for how to do your own research on tokens, and you're doing it all together with a group of bad bitches. So you can find that at thebadbitchempire.com.
Wow. The Bad Bitch Bootcamp. One more big round of applause for our panel, Sydney Lai and Charlotte Celis and Lisa Wang. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Jordan.
Thank you,
Charlotte,
Jordan.
stick around because we're going to run right into our next panel.
All right.
This has been awesome. For those of you just joining us, you're at Grit Daily House here doing South by Southwest. Grit Daily House runs March 10 through 16. If you want to step off to the side here.
Are you kicking me out to get me back in?
Well, this is European style moderating. So what we do is I'll MC. I'll hand it to our moderator, and it's very formal, right? Then the moderator, like a chain of title over your wine through an NFT, right? You see what I did there? And then she gets to hand it off, or rather, she gets to introduce the moderator. So we'll do that in just a second. So for those who are just joining us, my name is Jordan French, executive editor at Grit Daily. I'll keep this one pretty short, but Ama Healing is here. Go check them out. They just had a recent acquisition of their company, so congratulations to them. Ted Moskovitz is here. The McKibben brothers here. Big round of applause for them. They're doing some other cool stuff, but I'll leave that as an Easter egg, no pun intended, for you to go out with them about what they're up to next. Big round of applause for Adrian Davila, and Davila's Barbecue is in back, grilling away. I know we had some awesome brisket tacos. That sounds like that'd be good with any red wine. We'll that teases a little bit later. And then speaking of drinks, Ozzy the bartender. Big round of applause for him in back, slinging away cocktails, mocktails. We'll go wine heavy. I have been informed that we did get some stemless glasses, actual glasses, so we'll be able to enjoy a wine tasting courtesy none other than Charlotte Selly's general manager here from Robert Mondavi Winery. And then one last big round of applause for Karim Noorani's here from Link2, the popular pre-IPO investment app. He also runs Global Investor Conference, so talk with him about that. They're returning live this year in Lisbon, Portugal. What a wonderful place to hold any event or conference. So I'm going to turn it roll right to our next panel. Coming from us, a third from Business Insider, including Sydney Bradley and also Katie Canales. Third now, and last but not least, is Madeline Remberger for Business Insider. Big round of applause for Madeline. And Madeline, I'm going to hand you this mic and let you.
Are we on? We're
yes,
on?
and
Great.
let you take it away.
Yes, awesome. Thank you everyone for showing up to the Grit Daily House. There's been amazing panels today. I think we're going to shift gears a little bit and talk a little bit about founders and leadership. How do you maintain and scale and keep your right partners to do the right things for you as you grow and scale your company? And I think we'll need one more chair if that's possible. We're all set. Amazing. It's magic. The magic of live discussions. We love to see it. But I wanted to go ahead and introduce our wonderful panelists. I'll keep it short because this is a short panel. We have Charlotte Sellis, who we just heard from, who is the director of the Mondavi Winery. Welcome. And you've also just been you know how to handle great teams. You're great. You've been managing many teams. And then we also have Brian Talabi. Did I say your name right? Talabi. Got to get the pronunciation right. And you are the founder and president of Ahura AI. And then, of course, we have the wonderful Irina Litchfield. Come on up. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having
are
us.
the president of many things, but I would say Lumeria is most relevant for this topic. But of course, Blockchain Cubed, so many wonderful things. Well, first of all, I'd love to ask each of you, how did you find your people that you knew you wanted to build and execute your visions with?
Yes. Some people you've worked with before, you bring them along, you just know how this is going to work out, but also keep an open mind as who stumbles upon your way, right? Like just look for traits that have worked for you. I actually, during the first phase of COVID, dropped everything and went to work for the food bank. And so we were running pop-up pantries across the city, and I'd have 40 volunteers that would show up, and I needed 5 of them to be super reliable, smart, hardworking, and I really needed those 5 super volunteers. So I developed a technique to find those people in 30 seconds, probably 80% rate of success, but keep on refining that.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, I would say that first, I was really, really bad at it. So I hired a bunch of people for her AI, and eventually, after having 15-person team, I went back to a team size of 1. It was just me. I lost all my people. I was that bad at recruiting the right people and managing them. So I had to learn how to be a much better manager and leader, because throughout my career, I had recruited and managed salespeople, which is quite different than recruiting and managing tech people and operators and marketing people. And so, and again, I was really fortunate because if you've ever used Google Translate, the guy that invented Google Translate decided to turn down a $10 million a year offer from Google to come work for me for $150. My CMO, she used to write speeches for Steve Jobs and John Sculley at Apple, and was an executive there for a number of years. My chief of staff reported directly to the CEO of Salesforce and Google Cloud, who was an executive there for 8 years. And so they essentially came to me. So Dekai, my CTO, was on my advisory board for a year and came to me and said, hey, I want to be your CTO. Trisha Chen was introduced to me by one of my investors, and after doing 3 months of due diligence on me and talking to 50 people that I know, came to me and said, hey, I want to be on your team. And so I think what changed is the way that I managed my team, the way that I engaged with the world shifted, where when I started really focusing on how can I impact 1 billion people in a positive way and just giving selflessly, I think it began attracting the right people that wanted to be a part of that journey and have that impact on the world as well.
You guys just did such a great job. I think trial and error is kind of a big portion of it, and really getting lucky. Like you said, stay open. I think that in the end of the day, to me, the more I trust into my observation skills and allow myself, to trust the judgment and not necessarily get inflame my head and my decision with fluffiness and things that shine, and just stay focused on observation and use what I've learned through however long I've been working, 20 years working with people. Trust my initial judgment. That's been kind of the thing that works for me with choosing people I work with. And every time I get traced into something shiny and fluffy, but inside of myself I just know it always bites in the behind, and then the trial turns into an error.
Yeah, that's really great advice. That's awesome. Wait, and also Charlotte, you've had an incredible career as well as a mentor. So I would love to know too, how does mentorship affect your leadership as a founder and your experience in this space? And how can one-on-one mentorship change or improve your employees as well as you and the leadership team?
Yeah, thank you for this. That was very kind. There's a fine line between mentoring and coaching people, right? Mentoring, you tap into your experience, and hopefully there's something you've been through your career that you can share with someone so they avoid the gaps or they go faster. Coaching is a little bit different, and I tend to prefer it because you remove yourself from, I'm going to tell you what I did and this is how it's going to help you. It forces you to ask people questions and help them find the way. I always think about coaching as bringing people to the water, but at the end of the day, it will be up to them to drink the water.
That's a really good point. Yeah, you've got to help people get in the door, but then they have to do it. You know. Yeah, incredible. And then also, I'd love to know also, we're kind of in the era of the discourse of the Great Resignation. Like you said, Brian, at one point you had a team of 15, it was down back to you. What has been your best success now, kind of coming back and everything, to kind of retain talent and keep people that can execute your vision with you every step of the way?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So my team now is about 20 people, and they've been with me now for over a year. To me, I think it's just taking care of your people, right? Making sure that they are empowered to make decisions, making sure that they enjoy doing what they're doing, making sure that the way that you make decisions as a group are ways where everybody is heard. So Simon Sinek has a great way of talking about this, where he says leaders should eat last, right? They should always speak last in meetings as well. And so fortunately, I'm surrounded by a leadership team that are all 10 times smarter than me. So it makes it easier for me in group meetings to actually sit there and listen to everybody's perspective before sharing my own. And I think that's pretty critical. I mean, really smart people don't want to go somewhere and just be told what to do. They want to have the freedom to make decisions and run their departments the way that they see fit. And oftentimes, if you have the right person in place, you can give them a lot of room to roam and make their decisions themselves. And secondly, I also let people live where they want. I don't care about people showing up at 9 a.m. or what time they work. Some of my team works in the middle of the night. I'm okay with that. As long as they get their work done, I give them tons of freedom to do it the way they want to and from whatever location they want to. So my COO wants to spend a month in Georgia, in like close to Russia. This is like before the war. And so great, like he got an Airbnb out there. He was there with his girlfriend. So that just gives them a certain level of quality of life that enables them to, feel fulfilled.
Yeah, Irina, same question to you. How have you felt in your space, in your startup, keeping the people around you and making sure they follow through?
I work with different teams, so kind of my situation is different. I don't necessarily have, I work on many different projects with many different teams, and so it's kind of different. And for me it goes back to what you both were saying, hearing, trusting them, and then also I like to surround myself with people that are, if I'm A, I want them to be A+. So I feel that there's, I'm looking for somebody that I can constantly be learning from. And as soon as I have learned, I want more. And so for me, that has been the driving, kind of the driver behind all of the growth that I've been experiencing working with teams.
Wow, that's really amazing. And then also, both, I know, many of you have also had experience on the other side of the table, angel investing and venture investing. What does it look like to find good teams on that side?
So I look for people that are really gritty. I look for evidence that...
At the Grit Daily House?
Exactly. No, I'm dead serious about this. Like, look, building a tech company is extremely difficult. When people found a company, they're competing with other founders who have had a ton of success, and still, 97% of them fail. Which means that in order to succeed, you have to be able to go through all of the ups and downs of building a company, and there will be many. And so I look for people that show evidence that they've had those kind of experiences in their lives. Now for me, I lived in a refugee camp, worked my way up from nothing. And so if something isn't going right, it's, okay, cool, I'm gonna keep going no matter what. That's what I wanna see in all the people that I invest in, and every single one of my portfolio companies has that.
Very cool.
Yeah, the same pivoting. I like to see how they react in different situations. And for me, when I interview and when I talk to potential investments, I like to ask questions that make them feel very uncomfortable. And I see how they respond. If they respond with self-defense, to me that demonstrates that as the challenges are going to be arriving, because there's no sugar walking anywhere. You could fly high and then you fall, and as long as you just don't hit the ground and die, you have ability to fly again. So it's kind of the startup life and then an investor life too, but to me that demonstrates that they're not going to be able to work through their personal problems to be able to adapt to changes and to the difficult decision making. And so if you can make a difficult decision and not emotionally respond to a pokey question that I ask, to me that already puts you into like the successful pile category. And that is actually very hard to find.
Wow. Yeah. It's great that you've all found such great collaborators and mentors and teams throughout your careers. I guess I'll ask one more fast question. I mean, this is the Grit Daily panels, they keep them going. This is speedy. But I'd love to open it up to the audience. But first, each of you, I'd love to know what's one piece of advice that you would give a first-time founder who is really breaking into this space, has a great idea, knows what they want to do, but can't go alone. How would you recommend they find the right people to work with and collaborate with?
I can go. I can go. I'll go. I think that, so if you're a lone wolf and you've never done this before, I'm just repeating the question. I would say that go out there, go to meetups, go find yourself a co-founder that have actually gone through this experience, and then make sure you stay focused on your objective. So like, what is your objective? If it is to find a co-founder, stay focused on that. If it is to raise money, if it's $150,000, stay focused on it. Do not make business development meetings for the future when you're going to be this big glamorous whatever, and waste your time on business development. Stay focused on raising money for your stage that is appropriate. A lot of entrepreneurs waste their time on aimless meetings and discussions.
That's a really good call. I would say be careful about the people that you hire. In my view, it makes sense to wait a little longer to find the right person rather than bringing on a co-founder that's like almost the right person, because that can have far-reaching consequences for your organization if you bring on the wrong person, because it's really hard to part ways. It's painful. It's a process. And so I would say find people who are able to have strengths that are your weaknesses, that are going to be good fits, that cover the things that you're not good at, but definitely take the time to meet as many people as possible to find the right person that is going to be with you for the long haul, because it's a marriage. If you're bringing on a co-founder, it's 7 to 10 years. And probably you're going to work together in other capacities in the long term. So you don't want to just go with the first person that you date.
Yeah, so I haven't been on the VC side. I've only been on the startup side, and not long enough to fail. So I'll revisit that one day. But find people that have the same values. So you talked about resilience. I talk a lot about accountability as well. Even if you didn't break the glass, I want to hear that there could have been a different way for the glass not to break. Not to tell me that she broke the glass. I don't want to hear that. And the skills, yes, to a certain degree, they're needed. But there's a lot of skills that can be taught, and especially in a startup environment, you learn how to do many, many different things. So instead of trying to find someone that does this piece of job that won't be necessary in 3 months, 2 months, it's certainly 6 months, focus on the values. And it works for corporate teams as well.
That's great advice. Yeah. I would love to go ahead and open it up to if anyone has any audience questions. Yes, you right there. Would you like?
Hi, I'm just going to speak.
Speak loudly. That's perfect.
My question is, when you're starting something, you need focus and vision and clear objectives. But on the other hand, you don't want to fall into the trap of groupthink. You want to somehow compassionately welcome diverse opinions, but then come up with an actual decision. So I want to know how do you do this? How do you balance diversity of thought with clarity of focus?
That's a great question. So for the microphone, just make sure we have it. How do you balance diversity of thought on your team with a clarity of focus in your vision?
Yeah, I'll go. Well, it is a dance and it is a balance. And in the end of the day, if it is your company and you're founding it, you have to understand that you have to trust yourself. And you have to I believe that you have to keep your core, and you have to, if you have the vision, you have the vision. Others can come and try to add to your vision, but it's up to you to decide whether it belongs to you or not. And in the end of the day, entrepreneurship to you, is it expressing your vision, or you have a business idea that you think will make money? It can be both, right? But if you're using vision, which I know you used, just trust yourself. Remember, a lot of success comes from people who were called crazy. Most of big successes come from from groups of people trying to convince you that you're insane, okay? And you're doing things wrong and it's never going to work. The only way you can prove yourself that it's working is that if you make your objective, the objective for business, it's all around first raising money. Because without money, you're not going to really get anywhere. So make that objective, go get the money, because the money that is going to come into your company is going to validate your idea. And everything else you can just use as a data point and choose. Does this belong to me or this does not belong to me? Is totally fair. And you know, in the end of the day, you live with yourself, and your vision and your fulfillment is there for you to manifest because what you want to see in life and in the reality. And if when you die, if it did not work out and somebody was right, at least you were honest with yourself.
That's a fantastic question, and I think an amazing answer from the vision perspective. So I'm going to answer it in a slightly different way because you covered that so amazingly well. I'm going to get granular for regular decisions that are made on a regular basis within the company. So what I do, and I found this to be very effective, is I have an incredibly diverse team, both from backgrounds, gender, as well as diversity of thought. And so when we have our leadership meetings, everybody has their own perspective from their life experience and their expertise that they bring to the table, which means that I have fantastic advice from a lot of different angles to be able to make a good decision. And then I'm also very fortunate I have an incredible group of advisors, including Matt McKibben and Ted, who are right here.
They're in the
I
audience.
have a ton of advisors that I also rely on who have had a lot of exits, who have gone through a lot of the experiences that we're going through, and can warn me about the potholes in the road or share different perspectives that enable me to be successful.
I'll even go more granular than that, if I can. I think it's a clear expectations in our relationship, right? So you're in this leadership team with your own expertise. It's on me to be clear about what I'll do with your advice, and I always frame those conversations with, hey, I'd like to consult you about something, right? I'm not asking you to rewire my business plan. I'm asking you to consult on something. And I found that being straightforward about my expectation with any of you has helped me tremendously in managing that situation where you're going to give me your advice, but I might not take it, but I consulted you, right? So I try to be as clear as possible in those expectations, and it helps most of the time.
Those are amazing answers. Thank you so much. Oh yes, we have one more question. That'd be great. Yes, go ahead.
This is a quick one, but when you're ready to go to market, what's the importance of building a community and a raving audience? And that community could be your actual audience or other collaborators down the door and thought leaders.
Yeah, so one more time, when you're ready to go to market, when you're building your company, how do you build your community, and what are your steps that you take to build your community?
Well, I think that's a fantastic question, and I actually did that. I built a community called Oasis, and it's a separate entity, but it's a private community of impact-driven CEOs, impact-driven investors, celebrities, and global experts that come together in these private events that are non-solicitation environments governed by Chatham House rules. And so even though it's non-solicitation, we've done over $200 million of transactions in the past year alone between members of this community because they engage with each other, become friends first, and then collaborate to solve real problems. Now what happens is I put a lot into these events and enable people to meet each other. I help people meet business partners and so forth. But what that's done is create a very tight-knit community of some of the most powerful people in the world who want to help each other. And so then when I need help, I have a ton of people that would love to help because they've benefited so much from the community and from each other. And so it's just this raving group of people that love each other and are actual friends first, rather than everybody sitting across the table from each other trying to just get the best deal for themselves. And so I think everybody should build a community around themselves, around something that they care about. For us, it's about existential risk and saving the human race from extinction. But I think everybody
just like little things.
Yeah,
I'd say that when you have a product and you're ready to go to market, you need to understand your marketplace, right? So, and target that audience around you. That's very important. Often I see people kind of going and building up overall community and following, and it's not very useful for application for your product. And remember too, it costs a lot of money. So when you do make sure that you raise proper amount of money to properly reach out. It costs a lot of money to go to market and to acquire audience that actually pays. Yeah, so it's all in the traditional VC guidelines, and it's all there. Just stay focused and don't get distracted by fluffy things and shiny things.
So I was in those shoes. So before you go to market, you somehow need to have your audience, and that's the better process, right? That's when you're validating your idea even before you talk to those guys, right? So in my case, my startup was about how to help people reach their goals through accountability. So of course you start with your friends and family, right? But that goes only so far. And I've always worked in large corporations with large budgets. So there it was just my bank account and me, right? So what I did was go to Reddits and places like that and find my tribe, people who had accountability buddies, and very quickly, very quickly, those people were already seeking help, were very, very happy to raise their hand and find different ways to get help. So many different products. But in my case, I needed to validate this idea. Is this idea going to even have legs before I start speaking with guys like you? So in a short way, you should build your tribe before you go to market, and that's the better phase of your project.
But in a tech company, you really want to stay focused building your technology, right? Yep. So, and that's the difference in the different types of businesses. Yep. And different models. So if you're a technology company and you developed your tech, the audience acquisition is a normal calculation, and in your market you should have that. But it's true. I mean, as you are doing it, you want to make sure you are you understand, what news channel you need to be. If you're I don't know, a biotech solution for whatever it is, and you're going to go in automotive and make your distribution there, the audience that's going to be interested in it is really going to be worthless for you, right? So the money you spend on that is going to be very expensive and ineffective. To me, it always comes down to money and your calculations, and how do you present it to investors.
That's a great place to end on. I think we're about there, but I wanted to just thank my wonderful panelists at the Grit Daily House, Irina, Brian, and Charlotte. I learned a ton about leadership and building community, and I hope you all did too. Thanks for coming out. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Great work. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much.
One more big round of applause. Irina Leachfield, Brian Tellaby, and Charlotte Selles, Madeline Remberger. So awesome to have you. So often to have you. I'll escort you off this way. We'll take a short break, like 4 to 5 minutes, and have Mackenzie Sigalos and Charlotte Selles right back on. So stick around. We'll have some wine pours after that. I know it's been a marathon for all of us and for Charlotte this morning and early afternoon. And we'll be right back. In Texas, the Lone Star State, had a bit more recent independence than from where I'm from. A lot of you might not be able to guess, so I'll just say it. The Granite State. Motto is live free or die. They say up there. And some of them take it seriously in New Hampshire. Live free or die. No state income tax. No sales tax. I don't know how they do it, but they do it anyway. Welcome to Texas, which is an awesome place to be. Welcome to Grit Daily House. For those who don't know where you are, you're at Grit Daily House, one of the 8 media houses that runs during South by Southwest. Going to jump right into our next talk, which is wonderful fireside chat. One thing that's really unique about Grit Daily and Grit Daily House, we don't just welcome, but we invite other media outlets up onto our stage. You've seen even just today, Business Insider's Madeline Renberger, a few others in the past. There's been a few other from that crew, from the BI and Insider crew, but also Cointelegraph, CoinDesk. Jade Scipione from CNBC was here a few days ago, riffing. A few other outlets, you can see them on the schedule, but it's quite the motley crew. Digital Trend, I'll give you some more. Digital Trends. Marian Azevedo from TechCrunch was here. So it's a wily crew. We have a lot of fun with it. It also gives me a little bit of relief, and Karim Narani a little relief from moderating. Sebastian Rust, too, does a lot of moderating around these parts and gets some awesome product for it. So for those of you who are joining us at home or at an office, are probably outside in your phones in this new post-pandemic era where you just don't work from an office anymore. Welcome, and then big thanks to Polygon and Polygon Studios for sharing out all our content so it's widely shared. So thanks with that. Big round of applause for Mackenzie Sagalos, CNBC. I'm going to invite her up onto the stage and hand her this mic so she can invite none other than the one-of-a-kind Charlotte Selles, GM at Mondavi. Mackenzie, this mic's hot, so I'm going to hand it to you and take it away.
Hey guys, Charlotte, come back on up here. This is your 5th hour. How long have you been going?
Yeah, about that. Hi again.
You run a very successful business. The profits are good. Why even get into NFTs? That takes a lot of technical know-how. You're not, why? Why make that move? Why'd you need to get into crypto?
Why? We didn't get into NFT. NFT got into us is really what happened. We were having a great time with the Bernardo people in making this porcelain bottle, because truly what really interested us was how is wine going to age differently in porcelain versus glass over a period of 30 years, right? But what was also happening to us is, as we were pushing the envelope around authentication of our wines, one of the areas that was the most promising is blockchain. And blockchain is obviously at the core of NFTs. So it all started to make sense. So the why was really about a passion for aging wines and helping our consumers protect their properties.
And so let's start on that point about, tracing authenticity, provenance issues. Obviously, that also is a topic among the couture fashion houses who have also gotten into blockchain tech. So tell me more about that. Like, prior to this, did you have another tech you were using to trace the origin of your products, or is that the reason that you really decided to go all into NFTs?
Yeah, so we're not really concerned about the origin of our products. They come from the Tokelon Vineyard, which is one of the Grand Cru style wines in the heart of Napa Valley. You find labels like Schrader for $1,000, $500. So it's our vineyard, so we're protected there. The part that is harder to control is, once it's sold, what happens to it. And we have all watched Sour Grapes, or the shorter version on American Greed, of the guy who was filling up empty bottles with mediocre wine. We've all watched it, or if we haven't, then you should. So how do we protect our consumers when they're buying a Robert Mondavi Winery wine, for them to be sure that it is indeed a Robert Mondavi wine? So there are many people who have different solutions, right? And I'm talking to all of them and asking them my favorite question, which is, what is it that you would really like to do, and what is preventing you from doing it? And in this case, this company, who's located in France, said, well, we're authentication professionals, we'd love to know more about how what we're doing connects with blockchain. And his challenge was the wine industry in general is fairly conservative, so the whole blockchain, NFT, and wine just wasn't there for them. So that's why we're in there, and that's what we hope to learn from.
And how important has this project been with respect to growing your consumer base? Like, are you drawing in younger wine collectors, or what have you seen on that side of the equation?
Yes, very much so. So it's interesting for us to think about crypto billionaires, right? Because they really don't look like your traditional billionaire. But when we look at those new consumers who joined us in this journey, the token holders, they're a good 10, 15 years younger than our average consumer. I would say, ladies, I would love to see you more involved because they also skew more male. So ladies, just, go, what was her panel was the good bitch panel? Jordan, remind me. The Bad Bitch Empire.
That's a great title.
Yes, bringing women to the industry. But it's a different consumer in the sense that they don't come with the baggage of perceptions either. And they're a lot more open to learning about the different facets of wine, right? So wine is not just drinking, but it's also collecting, it's also investing. And those people are investors, de facto. And they're very interested in understanding what are the dynamics around investing in wine, what makes a wine a collectible, and so forth. So, yeah.
Let's talk about that element of community around being a part of this NFT collection. I mean, are you getting new insight into who's buying your wine? And also, what is the utility of it? Like, beyond having this NFT, like, are you a part of an exclusive club? Or, like, how do you guys kind of envision that component?
Yeah, for sure. So two conversations, right? Utilities and community. And look, there's brands joining the NFT bandwagon are not that common, and it's all a big learning experiment for all of us. What we're super excited to have learned throughout this process, it's not, and I'm speaking to marketers here, it's not your regular campaign. You do your TV campaign and then you go on and do other things. But it really is truly building a community from which you can learn, but can also learn from you. It's this sort of two ways road. And one way of communicating, which is very unique and very rich for us and our NFT token holders, is utilities. So right now, the utilities that are wired in the project include some tastings to the winery, but there's so many more we are putting into plans to offer. Come and visit at the winery, events, but also AMAs around wine investing, wine collecting, and so forth. So utilities is an incredibly rich soil, going back to the vineyards here, but incredibly rich soil for us.
I think about all of these brands that have been, it was almost like a land grab in terms of getting into the metaverse, getting into NFTs, and everybody just felt this, like when I say everybody, I'm talking about retail brands, didn't want to be left behind. I was in this, I went to this startup in Brooklyn that is scanning, it's this photogrammetry rig, and they're scanning products and people into the metaverse, like creating these OBJ files that you can use in augmented reality and other capacities. But they're working with companies like Nike and other fashion companies in order to digitize their product lineups. And so I think at first it was just this wave of, oh, we need to catch up. And now it seems like, oh, this isn't just a gimmick. And you and I were talking about that just before we started. It wasn't just like, oh, we're doing an NFT, now let's move on to the next marketing move. It seems like it's becoming more ingrained in an extended campaign. And it kind of goes on to that issue that you were just talking about, community, and how that weaves in with the brand. But do you have any other thoughts around that?
No, I mean, it's so amazing to find like-minded partners. For a lot of the traditional brands, this is the Wild West, right? But what we all have in common is we have this thirst for doing things differently, for learning. So this builds many, many bridges between all those different brands that have already dabbled in NFT or metaverse. So I see it as another very rich territory for collaborations and learning from each other.
So is success selling out an NFT collection in 24 hours, or is it so much more than that? Like, how are you measuring whether this is working?
Yeah, this is really great because when we launched, it was like, oh my God, we're going to sell out. Like, oh my God. And the truth is, if we had fully sold out on the day it was launched, we would have never learned. And we would have been those marketers that go, okay, let's go do the next thing. And for all the calls we had, we spoke with so many of the token holders over the holidays, we really found out, hey, what is it that you want? And this idea of community is very rich and you know, for the token holders and for us. But also, if you look at it from a business standpoint, it's an amazing amount of data, qualitative and quantitative, so we get to understand better this consumer. So when we get out of the NFT territory and go into the real world, we have access to a prime data of a very affluent and again, qualitative more than quantitative, but understand that consumer that is very affluent but much younger than the traditional wine collectors.
So after analyzing this data of like who was like, buying up, you know, NFTs from this collection, have you adjusted your business strategy for in real life sales? Like, has that affected your decision making process at all?
It definitely is affecting it. It hasn't yet because it was only a couple months ago, right? 3 months ago. We're fast, not that fast. But it definitely is informing our plans moving forward in terms of CRM, in terms of luxury bespoke experiences. Like those token holders with whom we've spoken, and it's not a small panel, right? Like it's a lot of them. We communicate with them, really inform what is relevant to this coming up crowd of drinkers.
So you're a publicly traded company, so you have shareholders to answer to. And you think about companies like MicroStrategy and Tesla that have added Bitcoin to their balance sheet and have dealt with waves of reactions. And I wonder how did people respond to the idea of you guys wanting to get some skin in the crypto game?
Yeah, so we were incredibly lucky because at the highest level of the organization, there's always been this appetite for innovation and doing things differently, right? We acquired a couple years back Empathy Wines from Gary Vee, which was a different model of go-to-market. So we've always had that appetite for doing things differently and set and anchor our leadership in it. It wasn't easy. There's a lot of traditional behaviors, legal, regulatory questions, and there still is this sort of dark web association with crypto, which, is now becoming quite antiquated. It's still alive, but antiquated. So for us and our organization, our industry, and in general, this is why we were really interested in this asset-backed NFT, because it helps bring people on the table, right? You're not just buying the JPEG. You're buying, entry into experiences in a well-established winery. You're having access to some of the top worlds of the wine. So that's how it's important to us.
Now, the intersection of NFTs with the metaverse is just fascinating to me. And so I wonder is that like the next step? Like, are you going to enter Decentraland and other metaverses with your products? Or what's the next step? What are you going to do with these NFTs?
Yeah, no, this is a great question. So the metaverse, as Sydney was explaining in our previous panel, is already there. It's just a different forms, different shape. It's not, just this big virtual gaming thing. It has tons of technology implications. We're looking into how can it help us in the way we manage our vineyards, right? Like when we go to the land, how do we reconnect the extreme amount of data as we have on those vineyards with the changing situations. So tons of applications for us. For us in the first time is really connect with those token holders and learn from them, potentially apply it to our strategies moving forward within the year or so, and find other places of activation.
Okay, so in terms of those other places of activation, you mentioned that NFT holders have access to exclusive wine tastings. Like, where are we on the path to, throwing on an Oculus headset and having some sort of sensory wine tasting where you've got, I don't know, like, tell me what is the 5 to 10 year plan? Like, how close are we to something like that?
We would love to. So all of us have practiced a lot through Zoom or WebEx or any other format, right? It's not ideal. I think one of the senses that is the most difficult to replicate is smell and taste, right? So I can arrange to have a bottle sent to your house and we can taste together, but we're not going to have that conviviality. That said, VR experiences are not new, and what the metaverse is bringing is this in real life and true interaction. So this is something we're watching very, very carefully and love to be in.
So, looking beyond what you are doing with the winery and with this NFT collection, just more broadly, brands, whether it's other wineries, whether it's like the fashion industry that are kind of making these moves into NFTs, into the metaverse, into Web3 platforms that they can become a part of. I mean, where do you think this is going? Because it's no longer a fad. It seems like this is very much it has to be a part of your marketing strategy. So I wonder, what are some of the trends that you're seeing take hold, and where are we going in the next 6 months to a year?
Yeah, I always go back to one thing Avery Akineni, who's the president of Vayner NFT, brought up, is it's not about the right click to JPEG. It's about ownership and authentication, right? So we at the Robert Mondavi Winery are taking ownership towards authentication, but I see buying a house, I see buying a car, and not having to deal with the DMV, right? Because the deeds, the process will be different. In some ways, when digital records came, everybody was like, oh my God, like there's no piece of paper, like how can I prove it, right? So now there's this traceability. So that's pretty much where I see it going in terms of NFT per se. And the metaverse, I think from a few years from now, we'll hop on a metaverse-like meeting, like we're hopping on a Zoom meeting, so.
Are there any questions in the audience before we wrap up? Yeah.
Yeah, your question is about valuing the unvaluable, which is counterfeiting, right? We can't really quantitatively know exactly, but overall, as a industry and talking about industry of luxury as a whole, we're thinking about 30%. So, yep. No, it's 30% of our business in general, right? So not our business as the Robert Mondavi Winery, but the high-end wine business. Yeah.
Okay, you get the last question.
So the project was wired with Ethereum. Does that answer your question? I want to talk a little bit more about counterfeit because it's the bane of the luxury world in general, right? It's a Louis Vuitton problem, it's an Hermes problem, and in France there's something called the Comité Colbert. I'll say it in French, where all those different luxury industries work together to fight counterfeit, because it's not about lost sales, but it's about definitely damaging the trust people have in your brand, whether you're a handbag, clothing, or wine. So that one keeps us at night.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We'll bring Jordan back up here. Is this your last one of the day?
I think so.
Okay.
There's one more, but we'll be able to go to a nice
My
break.
pleasure.
Like a nice,
thank you so much.
A nice 20-minute break. One more big round of applause. Charlotte Sully's of Robert Mondavi and Mackenzie Segalos from CNBC. One big more round of applause for them.
Thank you so much, Mac.
Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you both. We'll hop off. And then, like I said, you probably heard through the mic, about a 15, 20-minute break. Chill out. We'll start pouring some wine here. I know that we've rolled into the afternoon. It's much, much deserved by some of the career. Much, much deserved. Looking forward. Welcome back. Good afternoon. How's everyone doing out there? Here we are, team show. So for the uninitiated, my name is Jordan French. I'm the executive editor at Grit Daily News. You are here at Grit Daily House 2022, running March 10 through 16 in a marathon that is South by Southwest. Look at that beautiful weather we've been blessed with. Pouring some wine. Charlotte Sellies is here. Big round of applause for Charlotte Sellies and the Robert Mondavi Constellation Brands for supporting us. Well, hold on. Before you pop on stage, I'm going to get to your moderator. He'll be the one that invites you up. I know we're all very excited. We're super excited about this talk. Speaking of things we're excited about, Robert Mondavi has also brought some wine for us to try. We'll do some pours. Big round of applause, speaking of pours, for none other than Ozzy the bartender is in the back, and we do, I'm told, have stemless glassware for this bespoke setting here at Grit Daily House. A setting that's unique. We're the only media house that not just permits but welcomes, invites other media up on stage. So here just today, Madeline Renberger from Business Insider was here. We just also saw Mackenzie Sigalos from CNBC. So a lot of the old media crew. The guard is in, asking lots and lots and lots of questions. So speaking of questions, how's that for another transition? Joshua Johnson here, Beyond Meta. Josh, I'm going to hand you this mic. Oh, so you don't have to tilt over. I'm going to hand you this mic. It's hot. Okay. It's hot. I don't want to make you work like that.
I'll switch this.
Oh, sure. Oh, thank you. Well, that's kind of you, too. You're thinking ahead. He's a couple of chess moves ahead. Are you a chess player?
We did play South by a few years
You can actually... Let's do it this way here. We played...
At South by a few years ago, I remember, the Twitter house, right? And I think you were the last one standing against the champion.
Gary, with two R's, by the way. Kasparov.
Yeah.
The I think former chess champion, but I'm not going to split hairs for him. I mean, he's wickedly good.
Yeah.
I'm media, so you just sort of wade into things. I try to be as polite about being inconsiderate as possible, if that's possible. But there were a bunch of chess boards lined up. It was at Twitter House. It was a couple years ago, I think 2019.
Yeah.
And I'm definitely unranked. Like, I'm not a ranked chess player. There's rankings in chess. It's like a numerical system. It goes up to, I don't know, probably like 3,000 or something like that. I'm literally ballparking this. Yeah. But a lot of them, they were like real players. I mean, like real players there.
Them, yeah.
So I stroll up. I'm at one of the boards, and it's like a bunch of they were like chess super nerds.
Yeah.
Playing Gary Kasparov. I stroll up, just sort of stand there menacingly, and I did something that's a little different. Well, let me explain the environment, and then I'll get to what was a little bit different in playing Gary in chess. So the first was the way he plays. So he starts with white, right? He gets the first move, but he's playing 12 people at a time. So this guy in his brain has 12 different chess games going on. So my thinking is, and this is classic Grit Daily move, right? I'm like, what is the most unorthodox thing I can do? I later learned it has a name. It's called the Mexican Open. And the Mexican Open is when you're black, because you're the black on the chessboard. Everyone generally knows what the chessboard looks like, right? We've all seen the Queen's Gambit, especially where chessboards got sold out. So everyone has one, seems to have one now. But we've all seen the Queen's Gambit, popular show on Netflix. So that's somewhat recent. But the Mexican Open is where you put two knights forward. It's a bit unorthodox, right? And it creates a longer game. I had really almost no idea what I was doing, but I fumbled my way through, and I was probably, I didn't confuse him, but slowed him down a little bit, and somehow lasted as long as possible. And my competition, of course, wasn't really Gary. We all knew we were going to lose. Yes. We knew we were going to lose badly, and some of them lost in like 4 moves. It was wild. But I believe it was 22 moves against Gary Kasparov in a mess of a game. Got checkmated. It was a great time.
Yeah, should have minted that in NFT.
Had I known that this was a thing, and that was, and there were NFTs. I mean, it existed.
We're talking
obviously.
about it right now.
Yes. I have pictures, so the photographic evidence is there. So that's a past time. We're all about doing super cool stuff. Yeah. Gary's awesome. He's still out there, super outspoken. He is a Ukrainian Jew, so he has more than a few choice words. for his northern dogged, I should say, neighbors. I'll leave it at that. I did see him in Lisbon, where Global Investor Conference would be if Karim's still around. Karim Narani. Some of y'all are going to Global Investor Conference. That's in Lisbon. I last saw Gary in Lisbon in November. Plotting and strategizing ahead. So speaking of what's ahead, let me turn this over to you. This has been a lovely conversation.
Yes,
we got so much insight, and we'll have to play a chess game at some point.
Yeah, in the metaverse, maybe.
In the metaverse, that's all about. That's a great segue for what we're about to talk about. So big round of applause for Joshua Johnson, joining us from Beyond Meta. Yeah. And he's awesome. I'm going to hand this mic. Actually, this is what I'll do is you're going to sit here.
Oh, you want me to sit
there? Or you want to sit there?
Well,
then in that case, let's do that way. I'm going to set this mic down. It's hot.
Yes.
And then let you take it away to invite up your panelists. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Round of applause for the chess master. So we're going to bring the crew up. My partner, Leanne Pham, coming in from Houston and Austin. Looking forward to this discussion. And Tim Porter, I would love to have you come up. And last but not least, Charlotte Solis, thank you so much for making all this possible today and giving us the lovely wine. Thank you so much. So we're going to talk today about the metaverse, the digital and physical kind of colliding. We were just talking about earlier the digital NFTs and how do you connect vineyards, for example, we were talking about this, to the mass market for people maybe in Africa that have never experienced Napa Valley, for example, and experience what it takes to make wine, and understanding that. So Solis, maybe you can start us off with what your brand overall does, but then how you use the metaverse and will use the metaverse and the NFTs and other things for education and helping the masses with that physical and non-physical connection.
No, perfect. Charlotte here. Yeah. So we got involved in the NFT, the metaverse, late last year. We very fortunate to offer to the world a bit of a piece of history by making available some of our best wines from the Tokelon vineyard in the heart of the Napa Valley. And if you haven't had a chance to come, I hope to greet you there. And so we took those absolutely phenomenal wines, very little of them, crafted by some of the top winemakers in the United States, and just geeked out for a minute and thought about bottling them in a porcelain bottle and aging them next to glass bottles, because as you know, light is one of the core enemies of the aging process. So that was geeky and easy and simple until our porcelain partner was the Bernardo family, 5 generations of porcelain in Limoges, France. And obviously, a simple magnum turned into a collector's item. And at the same time, we're hearing Gary Vee. We have a connection with Gary Vee. We purchased Empathy Wines from him a couple years ago. So we're hearing Gary talking to us about NFTs. We're wine people. We have no idea what NFTs are. But also at the same time, we're thinking about authenticating our most valuable wines. And when asked a supplier, what is the one thing you've always wanted to do and why haven't you been able to do it? They said, we'd love to do more work around blockchain, but none of our clients know and care about NFTs, crypto, blockchain. So it was a match in heaven, and we launched in December a very unique collection. So that's our connection with you guys here. We haven't quite dabbled in the metaverse yet. We are very keen on understanding, communicating, and connecting with this newfound community, which was quite foreign to us. So that's where we're at.
Perfect. Thank you. And I know, Leanne, you have a food hall in Houston, and talking about the whole industry. Maybe talk about in the future what you see as restaurants. One of the topics, restaurants in the metaverse. How you see, like, for example, a menu item being able to have the IP go to the chef, and then being able to have that shared with the upside to the investor. Do you want? It's on. Oh, okay. So why don't you just go into that?
Yes. Hi, I'm Leanne. So my background is hospitality, so I'll speak from an operator standpoint of always thinking, how do we use technology and NFT to help make the restaurant or the hotel or the food hall more efficient, and seeing different ways to help maybe fundraise and help the creators economy, like the chefs themselves, be able to help raise funds and give them a way to make money just like artists. So I see that as being a very good way to help generate money for these chefs.
Yeah, and royalties, yeah.
And royalties.
That's perfect. Timothy, we were talking earlier, your clients potentially, like Hard Rock Cafe, like being able to have that and really gamify that system, that spatial web. I mean, there's such a huge opportunity there, I think, as what you guys are doing. And we were talking about middleware, and there's so many opportunities to scale this, not just with Hard Rock and hospitality, but everything. But it just, that specific example is perfect to what we're discussing here.
Yeah, sure. So I think something we should roll back a little bit is what is the metaverse? And I think everyone thinks of the metaverse as VR headsets, AR, and it's connectivity of high level, high cost headsets and devices. But we prefer to look at metaverse as Web 3. Web 3, if anyone knows what Web 1 was, Web 1 was text on a page, including a computer. Web 2 involved using cell phones, and you got images and things like videos and Flash. And then Web 3 is the ability to go ahead and see things in 3 dimensions. You can engage and interact and immerse yourself in the environment however you'd like to choose. So when you're looking at things like Hard Rock Cafe and companies like that want to go ahead and scan their digital catalogs, and then they also have food items. Think about being able to walk inside of Hard Rock Cafe, and instead of looking at pictures on a wall and going, yeah, that looks like a nice burger, you can bring out your phone and you can go ahead and see it in augmented reality. Or say you want to go ahead and have Jimi Hendrix guitar. I can go ahead and purchase an NFT of that. So you can make a gamification, you can get secondary market and further purchases as things go along. And the best thing is you can take it home with you. You can end up owning parts of history and parts of your experience. And I think everyone knows, once you're talking about millennials further along, they tend to spend their money, instead of on physical things, on experiences. And that's something that you can take back that is physical, but it's part of the experience, and it's something that you can end up using in interoperability, possibly with video games or maybe in part of a movie experience going upwards and downwards. So, yeah.
Perfect. And we were talking about earlier just like the 5 senses. How do you see in the next 5 to 10 years, whether it's drinking wine, what that smell is, how that experience is? What do you see, Tim, we start with you. What do you see that 5 sensors, those mechanisms to be able to bring it to life and gamify life in a way?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things, when you look at, people right now, when you look at something like an NFT, it can be just something as simple as here's a piece of artwork, and it gives you secondary experiences. I think a more interesting kind of way of doing this, where you own a physical version, here's the digital version, and it's been authenticated, and that's really cool for things like preservation, so that you can lock away these very expensive wines so they don't have to be shown out so everybody can take a look at it at a museum or something like that. But if we go ahead and we go over towards secondary or third level experiences, you could go to a place like Daily House here, and then go ahead, I'm going to get an NFT that gives me a discount to go ahead and get some wine down the street. You can end up creating this entire ecosystem of experiences that transcend what is the physical, digital, physical world, and ends up bringing people inwards and outwards. So you can end up making it to where there's a meal involved, and there are other things. You can meet your famous favorite person. And at that point in time, then what is reality is just based on the perspective and time that you've been provided, and when you ask yourself of when you're looking at that thing. So yeah.
Perfect. And the gamification of that, how do you guys see brands as a whole? Leanne, going back to the physical, non-physical digital twins, going back to the brands and onboarding people, the wallets, etc. What do you see as the next step for it going mainstream for something like this? Let's say Taco Bell, McDonald's, of course, you dislike that, having a healthier version of that. But for the sake of argument, how do you help gamify, put a taco in Roblox for a kid to say, oh, I'm going to do this. I'm going to go to Taco Bell just because Roblox says to do it. And now within 24 hours, I need to earn those points. What do you think?
Yeah, so I think it's just education, onboarding kids at a very young age into gaming and teaching them the layer of how to eat food, what's healthy, and there's just, or how to a vineyard, is ran. I think that's really important. So just training and onboarding at a very young age, I think is really important.
Charlotte, for you and education and really in general, how do you see the metaverse in general, just digital sphere, helping with education around what you're doing?
Yeah, so obviously, no boundaries, no barriers. So you talked a little bit earlier about bringing people from far away in our vineyards, and have a very interactive experience, right? But if you even look at the technical part of the vineyard, obviously we have a lot of data that comes, and we're monitoring, measuring a lot of different metrics throughout the cycle of the vineyard. There's this chance for someone who's doing a master in viticulture to have this sort of in real life approach and connection with a vineyard that can be 100 miles out or 5,000 miles out. So the potential in terms of education is absolutely phenomenal. Leanne, we fight all very hard to have our bottles in the back bar of hospitality. So when you go have a drink, you see us. There's a huge potential there for brands in our industry to create those connections in a different universe, for sure. The thing that I'm seeing happen as more and more people get involved is how people wear their brands as badges, right? So the sneakers companies, the shoes companies that got into the NFT world already have built those connections, right? People are walking around with their cool shoes. So does that mean that you as a wine collector would, on a click of a button or a blink of an eye, show me your wine collection? And I'd trade, my bottle of Bernardo Robert Mondavi Winery wine for whatever you have that would be valuable to me. So there's a lot of exchange, and exchange of currency, but social currency as well.
Yeah. No, that's beautiful. And we always go back to Roblox because I think Roblox, Tim, you were talking about this earlier, this exchange of community value, even for a 3-year-old to be able to see, hey, and I think some statistic, there was talk in Africa as well, like it said, I would rather have the Robux than actual dollars and exchange of value. So that's what also, as you were saying earlier, it kind of changed paradigm and value and what that is. Maybe you can talk to that, what Roblox was saying.
Sure. So this gets really interesting when you start talking about things like licensing. So say NBC Universal wants to go ahead and license their assets. Somebody's got to go ahead and scan them, a bunch of lawyers talk, and then suddenly it's in your game. That's a $600,000 lawyer experience. It's very nasty. So what if you could go ahead and cut that out of the middle? If you could go ahead and instead of having the lawyers in the middle, you end up placing those scans on the chain, and then the licensing agreement is built on board, and then you end up having games like Roblox or any Epic Games production. They can go ahead and per download pay that royalty agreement. The companies are happy on both sides, and the lawyers are no longer in the mix, and ends up lowering that kind of cost. The interesting thing that can end up happening is taking that and tweaking it just a little bit further so that we're talking about user-generated content. UGC is really interesting. Think about having a mobile scanning experience. So people could go out and take something and then put it into their game, and then they can end up monetizing this. So somebody could get 5% royalty on every single sale. They can end up engaging in that. And then what you end up doing is you're actually up-learning everyone, because you can end up bringing stuff from the real world. You're talking about educators going in because they can have an easy way to go ahead and bring in content. You talk about winemakers that have an easy way to bring things into Roblox because you have the tools that create what is the metaverse. Make pickaxes and shovels, the gold really was only there to drive the movement, but Levi Strauss changed the world.
Yeah, no, that's perfect, and that segues into Leanne, what you're doing with MetaHug.org with the kids and Roblox and educational, basically a Wix or Squarespace for that educational piece around the metaverse, and to Tim's point, being able to have that simplistic ability for the education system to be able to say, or a restaurant, a plug and play, to say, hey, we want to educate our consumers around what it means to be organic. Is this really good or bad, negative or plus, what that means, the grapes, the origin, etc., to really see that. And we see the children as a whole new area now as gamification. Roblox has opened a whole nother really vertical in a sense. So maybe, Leanne, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, 100%. Again, going back to Roblox, I have a 3-year-old, and she is constantly in Roblox, and she has more virtual friends than she has real life friends. But maybe that has a little bit to do with COVID. But it's really interesting to watch them play and how real it is for them. It's their metaverse, you know, and I think be able to create, again, you know, no code, Wix kind of format for education and bridging. Again, like a chef who wants to teach a chef dinner now can do it in Roblox, right? Can bridge that education. And now we can show kids how to cook at a very young age, but gamify it. So winning different levels, learning about health, and it's pretty amazing what they can do.
And Charlotte, for you, what you're doing in Napa Valley, how do you basically share more what you guys are doing on the digital sphere, like for what you guys see in the next 12 months around the metaverse, your NFTs and everything else? What do we have to look forward to in that gamification?
Well, okay, so we're not very close to gamification as games and alcohol, as you can imagine, not necessarily a good match. It's hard to see exactly what. What we know is we have a super open mind as to what's ahead. Is it collaborations with brands? Is it collaboration with other wineries? Is it collaborations? All we know is that this is especially for the wine industry, incredibly new. I mean, you can count on the fingers of your hand, or both hands max, the number of wineries that went into the NFT world. So we're in a massive learning curve. The focus for us right now is to really get take a minute to really know those people who have joined us in this journey, and maybe work collaboratively with them to see where this journey is going to take us.
Perfect. And I know you mentioned Gary Vee before, so like gamification, social media, TikTok. I know TikTok was basically like the burgers, they're opening their own chains and lines because they have direct access. Mr. Beast and his burgers. So do you see any gamification, I guess, on that side with like Gary Vee and other things in the future of how do you gamify that competition? I guess that there may be possibilities of being able to make it fun, you know? So
100%, and only doable with an open mind, right?
Yeah. And Timothy, so for you, how do you gamify with your spatial, basically, recognition? Everything that you're scanning, everything becomes real, physical, non-physical. How do you gamify that process of now kind of the Ready Player One world that everyone kind of imagines and pictures, like the Jetsons, right? How do you then gamify that to make it more real and realistic, and onboarding wallets, for example? What does that look like realistically?
Yeah, so I think what we've done is moved past gamification just in general. And the real idea in this, so, you know, my previous company was an XR studio. We did projects for major corporations like Intel, Microsoft, KPMG. And then one of the projects that we actually did was for quantum rehabilitation, so wheelchair manufacturer. It's the second largest motorized wheelchair manufacturer in the world. And we built a application that trained people how to drive their power chairs. So sad little behind the scenes kind of thing. You get about 10 hours in a chair, powered or not. And if you're not considered proficient in your chair, you'll never get a power chair. And if you decide to buy one under your own, then you end up getting kicked off your insurance. And so what we learned out of building these experiences was that if you enable content creators to be able to make these experiences, if you make it as easy as Wix, if you make it as easy as, you know, WordPress, People like me don't necessarily need to exist. And as sad as that kind of concept is on one side, it's a Prometheus style effect. There is no reason why you need to have somebody who has several degrees in code to make an interactive experience if the tools are built well enough.
Yeah.
And so when we're talking about interaction and gamification, I think, when we're talking about metaverse style and things like that, we're talking about immersiveness. When you're talking about levels of understanding and learning, level 1 is reading something, level 2 is watching a video, level 3 is having someone explain it to you, level 4 is living it.
Mhm. Yeah.
So it transcends that whole kind of circle of need and want, I think.
Perfect. Well, that ends our time here, the transcending moment of connecting physical. So yeah, if we have some time. Okay, we'll have a few more minutes. I thought we had the timing. Yeah, no, I thought you were you were waving
outside
for
Does anyone
time.
have questions?
Yes. Do we have any questions from the audience? Any question? Well, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Digital objects represented metaverse. What are the future looks like?
I missed the first half of it. You could come.
See a future where everything physical will be represented in the metaverse.
Yes.
And how does it look in the future?
Well, I mean, so this is where fun stuff comes in. So I actually see the current movement towards the metaverse. Obviously, we're starting in Toonie, and then we're going to continue growing as we did, even with Web 2. Web 2 started becoming more realistic, and you end up getting things like Sketchfab and fun things like that, where you get like a pseudo 2.5D kind of starting metaverse style experience. But yeah, if we start making some of the machine learning algorithms that we're utilizing, we're actually working with Intel Labs on, or you can take like 8 photos of any given object, and then you can end up recreating this into something that can work inside of a metaverse style environment. So I believe that there will be worlds that we're going to look exactly like reality, and then there'll be other worlds where people play style transfer, and then you're in Mario version of your downtown street, and people can engage how they'd like. And I think that's one of the biggest things of the reason why I dislike the term itself, metaverse, and I prefer the term Web3, is only because when you think of metaverse, you think of this encapsulated world that is X. This is my metaverse for Nike, and that's the way Nike does it. And I prefer to think of this is our world, and I can perceive it and I can see it however I want. If I want to play the Nike experience on my street, cool, I can do that. Tomorrow, I can be Mario, and then the next day, I'm in a vineyard. But why not?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So how can individual monetize an environment like that such a way that whatever content he has or she has, they get paid for it and not big corporations take a big cut out of it?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, and that really kind of does come down to the ability to go ahead and take these tools to where it's easy enough to generate user-generated content. So on our side, we actually have a mobile scanner that is easy enough for a 7-year-old to use. I think our 5-year-old could use it, but I haven't had her try it yet. But they can scan anything they want in the real world. Then it goes through our servers. It does all the processing, cleanup, everything like that, and then it can be minted on the Palm.io network. And so she can go ahead and then turn around that asset and then put it on and make money and end up making user-generated content when her skills and ability are basically, playing with Polly Pocket. So it's that kind of capability. Let's take this all the way down, and then let's make sure that there's monetization on the end. And this goes how the end user would like to do it. I think, and this music has done a really wonderful and moved fast enough, very fast, in that space where all of the content creators end up receiving the royalties and the rights that they wanted, and they got out of these 15, spin contracts where, they had to go to 55 experiences every week, and the only way they really made money was by actually doing concerts and selling t-shirts. I mean, it made absolutely no sense. I think Taylor Swift ended up making like $38 out of 1 year of doing everything on online streaming. And that's absolutely absurd. Why not put it back into the content creator's pocket? And I think that's one of the most important things that we can do as a society is to remember that everything that we see is influenced by art. And I know that we want to push that down, but to elevate art and actually to monetize art will actually make our world just so much more rich and so much more beautiful.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys. Any other questions? Yeah, one more.
I would love to know, as a brand who is not technological by nature, what really was that thing that pushed you like hard and fast toward it, right? Because piquing interest and actually digging in on like a technology strategy or different things. I'd love to know what the motivation was behind digging in.
Yeah, so your question was what was the motivation for a fairly traditional industry to move into a high-speed, fast-changing technology area, right? So at the core of it was the vision of our CEO of really enabling us. And we were truly, truly enabled. As a publicly traded company, you can imagine that there was a lot of, I think the expression is hoops to jump or something like that. Jumps, whatever. But the truth is, you have to have at the helm someone with a vision. And, you know, when I look back at the DNA of the Robert Mondavi Winery brand, that's what it was, right? Like when this guy opened his winery, wines from California were selling for $2 in a huge jug. And he showed up and he said, well, we're going to make wines that are going to be as expensive as French or European wines. So you've got to have that vision that pushes you forward. And then you have to also be super, super authentic to what you're doing, right? We were very blessed with very authentic projects in the industry, but there was some backlash and outside of our industry of, you know, comments about how the projects failed or anything. And the truth was we were so anchored in our DNA of aging wine, like that's why we got there. And caring about making sure that what you're getting is an authentic product, which is authentication. So it worked for us. And it's back to if you were a brand and you said, hey, I'd like to do it, what should I do? One, make sure you have support at the highest level because it's a hard road. It's not easy. There's a lot of education. There's a lot of internally, externally, right? And two, make sure that you do something that's super anchored in your roots.
Anchored. So anchoring the physical and non-physical. Thank you guys so much for watching about the metaverse. Thank you guys for listening. Timothy Porter, Charlotte Sleece, Leanne Pham, thank you so much. Thank you, Joshua Johnson.
Thank you all.
Grit Daily.
You guys have been wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So one more big round of applause. Leanne Pham, Charlotte Sellis, and Alex Porter. Did I get there? I'm sorry, Tim Porter. Freudian slip there. Got one of the porters. We're going to take a pretty lengthy break to pour some wine. So for those of you who imbibe, looks like a few of them have gotten started with those pours. And there's just some charcuterie. Come again? Yes. It's good. It's healthy. It's for your health. Salud. And then just some charcuterie is headed out this way. And it'll be situated probably like right around here for the interim. Just generally right here to answer the question. Right around here, some charcuterie. So go visit Ozzy the bartender, grab a glass, and oh no, it'll be on a table. Grab a glass and join us. We'll be back in 40 minutes or so after a quick break here. Thank you. our sister publication, Block Telegraph. Big shout out to Polygon for supporting Block Telegraph financially to get it off the ground. Polygon Studios banner was here, so I'm going to imagine it still is. But big round of applause for Polygon for supporting us, sharing out a lot of our content. Yep, good, yeah. And then, so how about Davila's Barbecue is here earlier for those who are uninitiated in them. For the last 6 days now, they've whipped up some awesome breakfast tacos today. They're responsible for the charcuterie. We also had some brisket tacos. A big round of applause for Davila's Barbecue. More. I'm not hearing the enthusiasm. This side is really weak. So let's get those hands together. Okay, now there's a response. And then big round of applause for Ozzy, the people's bartender in the back. Big round of applause for Ozzy. He's been pouring a wine in particular. There's a cab back there. There's a Chardonnay. And big round of applause for Charlotte Sellis, who's here, the GM at Robert Mondavi out of Napa Valley. Big round of applause for Charlotte. She's been going through the gauntlet. She had Mackenzie Segalos interviewing earlier, Josh Johnson. Let's see. Madeline Remberger, a Business Insider. That was one. A lot. Anyway, it's been a gauntlet of, I don't know, it feels like 5 or 6 interviews. I feel like it's Kathy Lee on a book tour today. Years worth of interviews. And Karim knows that. Karim Narani is here. CSO on Link 2. Big round of applause for Link 2 for supporting Grit Daily House. You can see them on the step and repeat out front. Really appreciate. Okay. There we go. Well, that's the announcement. Perfect. So just some housekeeping on that end. Consensus, CoinDesk Consensus, of course, 2022. It's coming to Austin, Texas, June 9 through 12. We are a satellite event, along with Decentral. The only 2 satellite events during Decentral. And those who are uninitiated on Consensus, it's all about crypto, blockchain, NFTs. We'll have crowds just like this. We have some awesome, VCs in the crowd. A lot of sort of what I call just celebrity names, cool people. Y'all have gotten a chance to meet each other. We're at over 400 on the day of people who've swung by at one point or another, inside or out, to hang out with us, and a lot of press this week. We even renamed a drink, the Moscow Mule. Moscow's not so popular anymore, being Alex Mashinsky, being a Ukrainian Jew, is now the Mashinsky Mule. That's official at Olive and June. That's official also at the giant in the alcohol-free space. That's Mocktails. Bill Gamelli was by earlier today as well, the founder and CEO of Mocktails, the sort of monster brand. Of course, we mix his drinks here too, as needed. He doesn't split hairs about that. Super inclusive fellow, but Mocktails being served back there as well. So without further delay, moving into what I've been told is some of the best content during South by Southwest has been right here at Grit Daily House. People say that over and over and over again. Yeah, round of applause for the content. That wouldn't be possible without all our awesome speakers. Yeah. One of my favorites was Jim Quick. Remember Memory Jim Quick? Think Quick. He was on with Lori Siegel, ex-CNN. She wrote her book now, Special Characters, that is in bookstores. Buy it, because this is the time that counts. Support your journalists out there. That includes us at Grit Daily, at Block Telegraph, where she wrote her book, Special Characters, based off of her interviews with Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, and the usual sort of crowd or suspects that she interviewed there. It's all about that. Check that book out. It is a great read. It's a quick read, according to Jim Quick. He said he read it in about a day. But no further delay. Back to the content. I'm going to introduce and hand this off to Julie Lamb, the executive producer of Miami NFT Week, a juggernaut and force in the space in her own right. This is a hot mic, Julie. Big round of applause for Julie Lamb. This is a hot mic. I'm going to hand it off to you, and you have a sizable panel that you introduce as the moderator for the next panel. It's the last panel of our day. We'll break down after that, and I have a special treat for you. Right after that, Eliza Hull is here. For those uninitiated on Eliza Hull, love her music. Great for this environment. She's a speaker at South by. Came all the way up to us. She's there in the back. Big with her keyboard in tow. Eliza Hall, big round of applause for her. She'll be on a little bit later to play for us, have a little fireside chat too. She's there with her keyboard, some lovely music. And compared to Nora Jones, any other comparisons that you get? There's only one and only Eliza Hall. That's the best way to put it. That's the way to put it. But back to you, Julie. I'll let you take it from here with your panels and let you take it away. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jordan. You guys, a round of applause for Jordan. You know, I have to say, you guys, if you have any socials that you're sharing, because we're all social pigs. We are. I know you are. I know you like LinkedIn. I got a little Instagram, some Twitter. Make sure you guys hashtag Grit Daily, Grit Daily House. So you can, sometimes it takes a reminder to make that happen. We're all meant to be connected. That's why we are here. This is my 36th year at South by Southwest. You say, oh, how does she do it? Well, she shows up every year. I was 18. It was the first year before they ever made it start. Louis J. Myers, my mentor, who was part of the music programming of South by Southwest, asked me, what will make you happy? And I said, I'm going to run away as a musician and join the circus. He said, I believe you're a musician, but you're not going to join the circus. You're going to join South by Southwest. So welcome to our circus here at Grit Daily House. This is South by Southwest, and you guys are in a special place that you can talk about, that you heard things for the first time with some amazing people. And my first guest this evening, we've got Alex from Mod Tech Labs, our 3D. Oh, yeah, we've got some food in the metaverse conversation to happen. Oh, yeah. All right, and then next up we have from our Mondavi Wines, Robert Mondavi, we have Charlotte. Charlotte's here to help us understand the difference between Metaverse, Chardonnay, Pinot Grigio, and how you can connect in real life through connecting with wine and spirits. Our next guest is Lisa. Lisa from Checkmate Crypto Fund, early staging investing and teaching executives and brands. And then as a addition to the team, because it wouldn't be a super special team without a gentleman rounding off us ladies, we have Saucy here. He's the lead Web3 advisor at United Talent Artists. Yes, thank you very much. And you know, I will tell you, if you've ever ordered anything from McDonald's, Saucy's here because of that, because for 6 years you were part of the marketing team at McDonald's, and you can talk to us about food in the metaverse. So I know we have one less mic, so are you okay, Lisa, if we share the mic over and we make it happen?
Great.
All right. Now, I've already mentioned who I am, so let's go down the line. And Saucy, let's start with you. Give a little 411 who you are.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Saucy. I lead a marketing team and an advisory team at United Talent Agency. We predominantly focus on advising large brands on how to approach marketing transformation challenges, including, in our conversation today, how to think of the metaverse and where to start and how to grow their businesses. As you mentioned, I led a marketing team at McDonald's for many years, so if you have any sort of McDonald's-specific questions, I'm happy to be sort of your conduit to the information of the background of the brand. Happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Lisa.
Hi, I'm Lisa Yu. I'm a partner at Checkmate Crypto. We're an early stage Web3 fund focused on investing in everything from infrastructure to DAOs, NFTs, the metaverse, all things crypto, blockchain, and Web3 I touch. And I'm in the process of currently coaching a group of women to get more women into crypto investing and NFT investing, and also training corporates and executives on what is the metaverse, like what is all this Web3. How do we get involved? How can brands get in? So that's what I do. I invest and educate.
Oh, Charlotte. You didn't just bring wine to the party. You brought so much.
I did bring wine to the party. I always bring wine to the party. I was born and raised in a wine family in France, and did pretty much everything I could to stay away from wine. I went to spirits, I went to cannabis, but it always called me back. And this time was very, very exciting because the team at Robert Mondavi Winery launched an NFT in December 15th. And there's very, very few of us who entered the space from the wine. It's scary. It's not something people do. So excited to talk to you about it and see how we can share all this good stuff together.
Alex, food in the metaverse. I mean, it couldn't be more apropos to have you on our panel.
Absolutely. We have been working in the origins of the metaverse for the last 7 years. We ran an XR studio for 5, and then we founded ModTech Labs in 2020. We are an automated platform that creates 3D content from photos and videos. So we are enabling realism for Web3 and metaverse and making it super simple so that anyone can do it.
You know, you guys do some type of food menuing 3D. We were discussing that earlier. Can you share a little more about how, as an end user, I'm going to have that experience of food in the metaverse, but still in real life brick and mortar, patronage?
Absolutely. So we have a project proposal out to Hard Rock Cafe, specifically surrounding digitizing their menu. So they have over 200 menu items every quarter that they rotate and change out. As a consumer, when you go into a restaurant and you have a very large menu, sometimes it's hard to choose, right? Photos are great, videos are better, but what about being able to project your plate onto the table and see what it looks like in augmented reality? That's an even more in-depth experience, more realism, more opportunity for people to really dig in and experience their food in their surroundings.
Charlotte, in December, you guys did something very special at Robert Mondavi. Will you share that with us?
We did. We had a lot of fun. We had no idea we would be sitting here talking about an NFT. We started the conversation with the Bernardo house, which is a high luxury porcelain house in France. And really what we were interested in the beginning was to age wine in a light-proof container. So porcelain light-proof, age side by side with glass for 30 years and see what happens, right? That's kind of what we do in the wine world. And then we also got very interested about adding authentication devices to our high-end wines. So we estimate as an industry about 30% of high-end wines being counterfeit. Obviously, we don't have hard numbers because they're counterfeit. And many of us put authentication tags on our products so you can verify that they're authentic. At the same time, in another year, we're hearing all the buzz about NFT. And at that time, it's this idea of image versus, ownership of digital art. And we're thinking, well, this is not quite what we see. What we see is really, truly ownership and authentication. So there we are. We launched in December. It's an incredibly seductive project. It's the top ends from our Tocolon vineyards in the heart of Napa Valley, and seen through the lenses of 3 different winemakers. One is Cab Franc driven, an incredibly seductive, very, very sexy wine. The other one from Andy is almost made like a Swiss watch with such intense precision. And the last one is kind of like a stallion. It's 100% cab. And you can see how this is going to mature over the years. So very, very sexy project. Definitely a collector's item, whether you're in wine or luxury. And last but not least, the generative art. That one was a big question mark for us. Like you, I'm in marketing, and marketers like to have control. Right, we like to approve pretty pictures and make sure everything's going to the rails. And we worked with Clay Heaton, who's with us today. So take a minute and talk with them to really do something that was really relevant to that community when in Rome, right? So we're a winery, we're entering the crypto, the NFT communities. We know nothing about it. Like truly, we had great guys, great people holding our hands, but we knew nothing. So decided that we would work with Clay and have a unique image with every one of the bottles. So super excited. Come and check it out. It's still live, and we'd love to have you part of our community.
Lisa, Charlotte brings up a good point. She talks about being able to market brands. And I know with your footprint, we're both on the same side of the fence. We're audience members when it comes to food. We're like, we will eat it. If it's good, invite me over, because I'm going to clean my plate and I'm going back in for seconds. So with you, when you teach your executives how to market brands, what's your go-to lightning rod, or that one thing how you can plant the seeds so you know it's just going to sprout and become something fabulous?
Yeah, so just to break it down, what is the metaverse? It's a place to gather virtually And that's really where it starts. And for the brands, they want to know, where are people gathering based on demographics, based on interest levels. You can have more hyper-focused targeting because you know where different interest levels are going. I think what's really special about the metaverse is that, you know, if there's right here, we're gathered because we're all interested in food or work in the food industry. And what's exciting is that, you know, food, it's more than just eating. It's community building, it's breaking bread together, you know, it's communing together, right? This is where you bond. And so when these food brands especially have a presence in the metaverse, it's the same thing applies, right? The challenge and the goal of the metaverse as these new experiences are coming online is, how do you get people to come and how do you get them to stay, right? It's easier to get people to stay if the food is delicious or if the wine is flowing or all of the above. But in a metaverse experience, it is the experience that gets people to stay. I'll predict that there will be a lot of both online to offline hybrid experiences. For example, you run NFTLA, there could be ticketed experience that gets you into a virtual McDonald's or Robert Mondavi winery. But then once you're there, you get to gather and meet with the people. And then afterwards, either before or after, you could be shipped a kit, a Happy Meal, a wine, a case of wine, and then everyone's drinking, eating Happy Meals together. I just see this as just a new way to market. And the brands that are early to the metaverse will have the most reach and the most impressions.
I like that. Who here, by a raise of hands, has eaten at some point in their life at McDonald's? Right? You guys, come on. It's late night. We still do. And if you don't, you're probably not telling me the truth. Right? And I know Sausti has been a big part for 6 years. He was part of the marketing team. But he chose to transcend out of completely just the McDonald's, which again, I'm happy. I hope some of that goes to your retirement fund.
Sure.
Yes.
Like everyone does. Yes.
But then you transferred into working with celebrities and entertainment personnel at United Talent Artists. How did you make that switch and change from McDonald's, which is a huge celebrity, obviously to all of us because we've eaten there, to now United Talent Artists?
For us, it's more the how we advise certain entities like McDonald's on how to play in the space, whether that is connections with celebrities and marketing and efforts that they can do that, or how to think of the metaverse. I'll give you an example. Show of hands, let's go out of the McDonald's category. Who loves sushi? Okay. Second show of hands, who has bought an NFT or has bought crypto in our audience? Okay.
Is there such thing as crypto sushi?
Well, let's think about the mechanics.
Okay.
So you're transacting in a digital fashion and you own the cryptocurrency that you buy and you own the NFT that you buy. The NFT is either art or a tokenization of a certain experience. Right now, when you think of small restaurants, when you think of sushi restaurants, when you think of chefs that are trying to make it, one of the bigger challenges is, how do I get people to come back to my restaurant? How do I market myself? How do I get people to come back to my experience? The one side is what was very beautifully mentioned, the idea of projecting menu on the table and being able to see the food live. So no more do you have to rely on your server's explanation on the dish. You can see the dish live in front of you. You can swipe left and right. There's actually a restaurant in London that does that beautifully, and I'm sure that there's ways to scale that technology. But now if we start thinking of tokenizing as a way for membership or for a meal or a set of meals to be pre-sold, suddenly as an NFT holder, I now have the experience of the NFT. I own a part of the community that is part of the restaurant and the chef's community. I am now part of the restaurant. I bought a ticket. I bought a seat to the restaurant in certain seatings. That is a huge value driver for any restaurateur because you not only secure funds, realistically secure funds, but you also secure a community of very interested people that are looking to come and enjoy and be part of that experience. That is the bit that connects us as humans, and I think technology unlocks that in a beautiful way.
Alex, what are you most excited about in the future?
In the future, that's a great question.
Could be 5 minutes from now.
I'm going to go grander than that. I really look at the metaverse and Web3 as two sides of the same coin. In my mind, it is relatively synonymous. It's about experience, it's about the human experience and being able to see and relate to things in 3D like we do every single day in our lives. But now we get to do that in virtual worlds. I don't think that it's exclusive to a headset. I don't think it's exclusive to any device. I think it really is about meeting the user where they are and enabling them to contribute to their virtual world. And so this is going to be a massive combination of things. It's going to be realism. It's going to be stylized like Roblox, like Mario. Everyone can have their own version, and it's going to be a combination of styles and things that make them happy and fulfill them as a person. And I'm looking forward to the day when it is so simple that anyone can build their own world to bring others in, create that community, and share it with them. I have friends from all over the globe, and I don't get to see all of them regularly. And I envision a day when I can design my own metaverse apartment, and I can invite my friends over, and we can all experience our virtual wine together, and have a meal. And whether that is a physical and a digital experience, it will be, I think that would be fantastic. But it really is about combining that human love for each other and our everyday experiences. And that's what I think opens the world up.
I think that human world love for each other is important when we start. Lisa, how do you make the decision in a startup to invest in someone or something?
Yeah, so, I've been investing in tech for the last couple years, and I really look at 4 factors. Obviously, the team, who are the founders, what is their story, do they have grit and hustle, did they overcome something significant to be able to start this business? I also look at the tech. Is there true technology? Because obviously I'm a tech investor, and is there an underlying technology that sets them up for success or gives them a moat and a competitive advantage compared to everyone else in the market? What is the TAM? What is the target addressable market? Is it large, right? Because in venture, we only invest if there is $1 billion opportunity north of $1 billion. So we don't typically invest in like lifestyle businesses or businesses that are shorter term. We are investing in the longer term. And so when you look at the team, the tech, the TAM, and lastly, the traction, what is the user base looking like? Are they attracting users, followers in a community? And that has actually been the biggest signal for crypto investing, is that is there a community? Is there a spike of users? But also, are the users coming back? Is there retention? And this traction is very important. In traditional both gaming and tech worlds, we track the DAU and the MAU, the daily active users and the monthly active users. And so I think another metric might be daily active conversations. Are people talking about these brands? Are they talking about the movement and the momentum? So I just made that up right on the spot. So feel free to tag me, hashtag. But I really think that that daily active conversation, like how many times is it being mentioned on Twitter, on Instagram, on these other social channels, in the metaverse, there'll be different conversations that are happening. So those are kind of the things that I look for in the early stage. And then you kind of follow their journey and decide to invest accordingly.
Charlotte, something has been brought up by Lisa, which is interesting. In the wine world, we traditionally know that it takes time, right? You want a nice grape. You want it to be all of the process that it needs to be. It's not just something pick and eat. It's definitely a timed scenario. So you want it to open up and have its life. Here in the NFT world, it's like a year and a second. So how do you at Robert Mondavi bridge the speed of light that NFTs and this whole metaverse space is, and then slow it down and bring it to connectivity over a glass of wine?
Oh, we get that, the fast and slow. So the slow part is not even a year in the cycle of the vineyard. It's the business of aging wine we're in, right? We're tasting wines that are from 1979 vintage, and I really hope to have a chance to taste with you some of those wines and earlier vintages. So time, of course, and aging, time in the vine cycle. So we have vines on the Tocolon vineyard that are being planted in 1965, right? They've had time. They've had a lot of time. And then things just go incredibly fast. It's harvest. And you got to harvest before it's daylight. And you had to harvest between 3 and 5 a.m. in the morning. So slow and fast and slow and fast. So when we're thinking about the NFT world and what we're learning from all of you who are teaching us how it works and what matters to you, is that same thing. It's slow in the sense that we don't know what its duration is. So things are building itself up. The blocks are building one by one. And it's super fast because projects go and come and go and down. So it's the same dynamic, the completely different scale.
Charlotte brings up a good point, Sosti. Consistency is king.
It's very true. And actually, I would say even if you think of the idea of consistency in what you mentioned, there's two things that are happening that need to happen in a very orderly fashion for stuff to advance. On the one side is the process of aging wine, which is all about the science and the sort of meticulousness of exactly how you do it. And on the other side, how do you meet that with the technology and the advancements that are happening? We're thinking about virtual environments today as headset. But let's think about the experience beyond the headset. So there's immersive experiences that could happen in a room full of screens that feels like you're in it, as opposed to physically having to have something over your face. What does having wine with 10 friends in an immersive experience that feels like I'm sitting at the edge of a cliff in Santorini and I'm looking at the sunset and I'm sipping on a glass of wine? That is an experience that you would only get if you were to travel to Greece in this example. And being Greek, I might be a little biased on that one. But the idea is that we can recreate environments outside of just headset to now think of that evolution that is happening, that concept of the metaverse, as a true blending of the physical and the digital world, that it doesn't have to be isolating. You can still have community. You can still have human connection, share food, share a glass of wine. There's a lot of good things that are coming out of this.
You bring up a very interesting point, Sosti, is you bring up the fact that there's the possibility that people are going to connect. And it might be the first time. And it might be mom and dad being a little upset with their child who's spending so much time in the metaverse. And they might say, "What are you doing? Get a real life." But you know what? That time in the metaverse for that person, that is their real life. That's their time that they're spending. That's the commitment that they're making to the world that they've created, that they've communed into. So as a, I guess if you would say so much like an agent from United Talent Artists, how do you see transitioning that, which is our tactile world here, to the metaverse world, which is so important to so many people, when someone says to you, "Oh, well, get a life"?
Yeah, it's a lot of our talent, the talent that we represent as a company, is obviously thinking of what is the next few years of who I am and the IP that I generate, whether that's a musician, an actor, whoever. It's very true what you said. For a younger demographic, being online and playing a game, spending time in a virtual world, that is time with friends. That is not, I'm disconnecting from the real world and I'm just spending time on my computer. That is how they share connection. That is how they do things. And really being able to own a piece of that environment, which is what NFTs are, is truly the first breakthrough to now physically own something versus they're used to renting by in-app purchases, power-ups, and all that. So a lot of our talent is thinking, what are the experiences that I can co-create with either NFT artists, projects that are happening. You see a lot of the projects with celebrities being part of it, supporting it, not because it's a new thing and everybody wants to be in it, because they truly believe that that is the evolution of their personal brand, and hopefully being able to connect with a younger demographic for years and years to come.
Is it always a younger demographic? What about an older demographic? You know, I think all of this that we're talking about now allows us to be shepherds of a new dawn. And it doesn't always speak to someone who's younger, who might adopt it a little easier, but it might also speak to someone who is a little older, maybe during what happened over the past couple of years, they went into retirement unexpectedly, but they're still masters of their universe and they want to learn. And knowing that their favorite wine is Robert Mondavi, knowing that they want to share that with their girlfriend, but they ordered a special case that was delivered to their girlfriend's house that they can have, but they're going to meet in the Oculus or whatever form that happens to come, their girlfriend in the metaverse and be able to share their bottle of wine or their glass of wine that they're having in their living room. It happens to be their kid's Oculus, perhaps. So do you find that you're seeing families, Charlotte, connect through the metaverse and in real life wine experiences?
Yeah, the bridge is very, very visible for sure, Julie. Wine is about, just like you talked about food, and you did as well, Lisa, wine is about connecting, right? Wine is about sharing stories. Wine is about, you brought up, Julie, you know, sometimes in your family, the conversation is difficult, but you can talk about a Cabernet Sauvignon. You can talk about what you're experiencing, smelling, tasting, right? So it's always been this bond, right? As long as wine has existed. So seeing the bridge in the metaverse is very easy, right? Very easy, and in seeing people having those connections virtually, in having people showing their wine collection. You got one of the Robert Mondavi Winery NFTs. You want to show it in this environment, just like you're showing your Gucci shoes, right? So it really is about connecting for sure.
So Alex, imagine I'm Grandma Julie, and you're going to share with me what today held for you. How would you tell Grandma Julie about your Mod Tech Labs 3D technology that's going to make a resonance with me? And I'm a cool grandma. I might be in my mid-70s if I was going to be a grandma.
It really is about being able to contribute to a virtual world, a virtual environment, whether it is a digital frame or you're on a computer or you're in a headset or you're on your phone. You want to feel in control and you want to bring those most precious things with you, right? The metaverse in my mind isn't an escape from reality, it's an addition to reality. And so we get to bring things that are important to us. I've never been to Santorini yet. I'd love to go. Maybe I'll go in the metaverse before I get to go in person, right? What that means to me is, how do I bring my husband and my kids, and how does my daughter bring her favorite stuffed animal with her when we're traveling in the metaverse and that's the only thing that brings her comfort? It's all about bringing reality with you into these virtual spaces, but enhancing it. Think about Disneyland, right? Disney was inspired by a real castle in Germany to create Cinderella's castle in the movie, right? That eventually translated into a human experience at Disneyland that is magical, right? This is what we have, and this is what we can do with the metaverse. We can bring fantasy to reality virtually.
Lisa, wow. Alex set you up on this one. What's magical for you?
Oh, wow. What's magical for me? I just envision the metaverse being a place where people will gather, imagine a dance party with 1 million people dancing to your favorite DJ. Like, that will be possible. Imagine everyone is watching a premiere of a movie. Imagine someone is being trained on public speaking in the virtual world before they have to get on stage, so they can feel more confident and not nervous. Imagine education on the metaverse, right? With the college debt increasing every year and inflation, and there might be ways where people can get real education on the metaverse and learn, and maybe even learn well in a gaming environment and real world virtual applications. You can see just families reuniting in the metaverse, right? You can see people co-creating. I think I'm really excited about people who can co-create experiences, whether it's movies or music or art, right? Imagine you're in a room in the metaverse and you can digitally paint, and then it's like, oh, this was these were the hands of all these people who collectively created this art. Like, there's just so many possibilities. It's really hard to name one. But that's just kind of to tease you all about the potential magical experiences. And really, the heart of it is the human connection. It's the community. It's the stories and the memories that will be created in the metaverse that I'm most excited about.
Well, you know, I look around the room here, and there's a few of us that are in here. There's quite a few of us that are in here. I invite everyone to certainly reach over as a virtual high five. And if you're sitting next to somebody you don't know, connect with them. Ask them for their socials. Find out, because in this room, you've got web developers, right? You've got marketing geeks. You have people who can help you with startups. You have got your entire tribe right here in this room at the Grit Daily House. I mean, it is pretty magical. You know, one of my most exciting things thinking about United Talent Artist is I've been enamored with an artist that you recently signed called Diana Sinclair. She's a 17-year-old NFT artist, and she was part of the Whitney Houston drop of an unreleased Whitney Houston song at the age of 17 that was shelved, that had never been released commercially. And Diana Sinclair created, with the help of which is Quincy Jones Company, and released this NFT. And she's a 17-year-old woman who very similar to Whitney Houston, and had fire in the belly and made something happen. And knowing that she's an artist with United Talent Agency, how cool would it be? Like Lisa says, I want to learn something in the metaverse, and maybe I want to learn it from one of your, I mean, I would love to name a couple of celebrities that are here, but I don't know which agency they're with. So if you were going to name like the one person that you'd like to learn something from that's one of your artists, what would it be?
I'll flip that slightly, and I'll tell you why. Because I think the bigger angle here is the ability for musicians, for creators, for artists to really now command their destiny outside of the status that would get them a contract and would get them star and fame, which, by the way, that's always a path and will always be a path. That's why you have talent agencies. That's why a business exists. But the beauty of NFTs, especially in the music business, is that now you can command and say, I am an artist. I have a built-in community that believes in my talent, that likes what I'm putting out, and they have a vested interest in my success. So the idea of tokenizing royalties, the idea of a DAO, the idea of participatory sort of music development, it is a very different angle the moment you have the ability to do that as an NFT. And that opens up a ton of opportunity for young artists, for undiscovered talent, which traditionally they would spend years trying to do showcases to eventually get the attention of someone, to hopefully parlay that into a contract that would make them money at some point. Now that timeline is so much shortened, and it's a beautiful thing to see, because we all love creative expression, and if you want to do that for a living and that's your passion, there's absolutely should be a way to do it easily without having to be a grind for many, many years until you get to a status.
I don't mind the grind. I quite like the grind. But I'll keep doing it, you know, because that makes me happy. Speaking of being happy, I know we're getting close to the end of our panel, and we really appreciate you giving us your attention and your energy and your focus. To give back, we'd each like to give you something that inspires us, that allows us to feel good either when we wake up or go to sleep. So Alex, I'm going to start with you.
I have two tiny humans at home. They are both fierce, sassy little ladies. And honestly, I went into startup land not being really that knowledgeable about technology. My background is in interior design and construction technology, but it was really like kind of sideline for me. I did, some visualization, but coming into, emerging technology, augmented reality, virtual reality in its early days, and then now transitioning into metaverse, Web3, et cetera, it's all about opportunity and learning. And I want to continue doing that for my kids. So they inspire me every day.
I like that. Charlotte, what inspires you? An inspiring sentence or two.
Connecting. I think of myself as a bridge builder. So if there's anything I know that you want to learn, if you want to learn about wine, if you're a marketer and you want to launch an NFT and you don't know where to start, right? Get in touch with me on LinkedIn, on Instagram. but let's connect. And I would really like for every one of you around this room or behind your screen to just go out and enjoy a glass of wine and connect with someone and build bridges as well. So that's what really inspires me.
Lisa, what inspires you?
What inspires me is teaching and coaching and bringing people into the fold who might have been marginalized or left out of conversations, which is why I'm so passionate about bringing women and underrepresented groups into Web3.
Sausti, do you have a saying you live by?
I do. Community would be very important for me, and I feel that we have the ability and true connectivity that comes through community. We've all been isolated to some degree over the last couple of years. There's definitely a sense for human connection. Energetically, what you put out is what you receive. So community in the true form of the sense of helping and growing and becoming. And I think technology can power that up in a very different way, but it still starts with this and the connection with people. So it's very nice to see a large crowd for us here, to see folks that are gathered, and hope to continue doing this.
Believe, connect, share, give. Thank you so much for participating in Grit Daily House here. Make sure you tag us in your socials. Thank you so much, Jordan, for having us here. We really appreciate you giving us the opportunity to share what makes us tick.
One more big round of applause for the one-of-a-kind Julie Lamb, Sausti, Lisa, Charlotte, and Alex. Awesome. That concludes our program for today, but stick around. The absolutely wonderful Eliza Hall, speaker and also performer during South by Southwest. She's going to pop up here. She's come all the way up from New Zealand to join us. She'll be at the keyboard. Looking forward to that. She's right there in the back. She's right there in the back on the phone, making some last minute quick calls. That's what we do here at Grit Daily House. But so good to see you all. We have one more day tomorrow of programming with none other than Killer Spin, the team behind the table tennis brand. So see you tomorrow for that. That said, today, stick around for the music. Visit Ozzy the Bard Center for some drinks. We'll get some awesome, lovely performance.